Warning: this video contains full game spoilers for Master Detective Archive's Rain Code, including those past Chapter 4. Please do not watch this video before completing the game yourself if you do not want to be spoiled on events that happen towards the end of the game, including those that happen in and past Chapter 4. This game contains graphic depictions of violence, major character death, cartoon blood, and profanity. Please do not watch this video if you are not comfortable with those things. This game is rated M for mature, 17+, so it is not recommended that people under the age of 17 play this video game. Good morning, and if you're not staying past the intro, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. My name is Duraludon, and I am known for speedrunning a variety of games, most of which have pretty small speedrunning communities. I speedrun Skylanders, I speedrun Mario & Sonic the Olympic Game Series games, I speedrun Just Dance, and I speedrun like Chunsoft games. This is Master Detective Archive's Rain Code, a Spike Chunsoft game that was released on June 30th, 2023, making it the most recent Spike Chunsoft game to date. Now, this is a detective murder mystery game, so like I said during the disclaimer, there is a lot of murder in this murder mystery game. So if you do not like murder, please do not watch the murder mystery game. Additionally, this is a detective game, and I will be detectiving and solving all of the mysteries. By the end of this run, all of the mysteries of the world will be eradicated, which is like the whole point of being a detective, right? So if you do not want to be spoiled on the solutions to the mysteries, please stop watching this video at the point that you're at in the game. My commentary, I will try not to spoil anything before it happens on screen, but I cannot guarantee that as I have not finished writing my commentary guide, which, if I do this at an actual marathon, hello marathons, please include this run, my commentators will have a guide written by me that will tell you what all the characters are saying as they're saying it, because I'm going to be skipping all the dialogue, which makes this run so much faster. Speaking of faster, I am playing on the latest patch, version 1.3.2, because that lets you skip a bunch of dialogue that you weren't able to skip in any previous patch. That alone potentially saves like 25 minutes off of the run, so my estimate for this run is about 8 hours even. 8 hours 10 minutes if I'm a little bit slow, 8 hours 30 minutes if the world record you see on the screen right now is on this patch, or if I'm just really not as good at this game as I thought I was. But there's only one way to find out, and that is to start the game. So I'm going to press the any button, and you will notice that it took a while for me to press the any button after I said that, and that is because my capture card has like about 1 second of delay, so I may actually talk about things a little bit before they show up on screen, especially if I react to something. Apparently my friends think it's funny when I react to something and they don't see it happen until like a second later. So I'm going to try not to do that, especially with this one event at the beginning of the game. So I've already set my options. This is the time starts when I select new game, and I'm going to make sure that my timer, okay, it does have delay, so I'm going to press the start button when I press the start button, and hopefully the timer will more or less match up, but whatever delay is at the beginning would also be at the end, so the timer is going to be accurate for me. Everything else I think I'll be able to explain while the game is going, but I am going to be playing and explaining the game, and also like eating food and drinking water, because again, this is an 8-hour run. So if you are willing to watch this run, sit down, grab a meat bun, and let's get started in 3, 2, 1. This game does have an autosave feature, which is good because there's one section in Chapter 4 where my game likes to crash, or at least it did while I was playing on version 1.0.0. So we're going to skip a cutscene. You do that by holding down the R button. And now we are in purgatory? I don't know. But this character has a voice, but you're probably not hearing it because I'm fast forwarding. I can't actually hear the game audio because of the monitor I'm playing on, but we'll be fine. So we're going to select our difficulty, and we are going to select lenient difficulty because it's the first option. However, this turns out to be a, well, it's actually all the same no matter what you pick. So there are some decisions that actually matter. Specifically, at the end of the game, there is going to be a choice that I have to make. And I don't want to give away too much, but your two options are stay and destroy. And so if this is in a marathon, there can be a bid war for stay versus destroy. And whichever, and even if we start it now, that's like more than 7 hours into the run. So we can raise probably a lot of money through that. Although I feel like if any of my other runs get in, they have like incentives that we can actually work towards other than this bid war. But this video is about this game, not any of my other runs, even though I would like to run Just Dance in a marathon. Please, pretty please. Anyway, so we have just woken up in wherever this is, and we have no memories. But we hear a voice that says, check your pockets. And so we check our pockets and find a letter from the World Detective Organization dispatching us to Kanai Ward. And our name is Yuma Cocohead, which sounds like the funniest insult I've ever heard. Like, so we went outside and we find where we are. We are at the train station's Lost and Found. Our train got called, we got a ticket with our letter, and so now we have to run to catch the train. I'm going to skip the cutscene, but Yuma is going to run and jump onto the train, and he's going to make it just in time as the door closes behind him. So now we are on a train going to our destination, which is Kanai Ward. This train is completely automated, so there are no... I'm already not looking at my notes, help. So we are on a train, and it's completely automated, so the only people on this train are passengers. No, rooms 1, 3, and 5 have controls of sorts, and there's food and drinks in car 2. Right now we are in car number 1. So let's go to car number 2 and meet some new people. I always like meeting new people, and these are going to be our characters. These characters are going to be our friends for the rest of the game. So let's get to know them. They are all master detectives, also from the World Detective Organization, and we are going to prove it. We're going to prove ourselves to them by giving them a letter, and we're going to get this really funny type of explaining cutscene where the screen like fast forwards, and then when I'm fast forwarding, the fast forwarding, and fast forwards even more. So we don't actually have a detective deed, but everyone else does, which shows that they're actual master detectives from the organization. It's introductions time. This is Zilch Alexander. All master detectives have some sort of supernatural ability. His is animal investigation. He can communicate with animals and talk to them and control them. This is Poochie Lavmin. Her special ability, called the Forensic Forte, or just Forte, is audio aptitude, where when she concentrates, she can hear things from very far away. And She talked kind of weirdly, but we love her anyway. This is... This is Melanie Goldmine. She is a spirit medium who can channel spirits of the deceased by wearing their clothes, but her powers really only work when the clothes fit and when the clothes look good. I think that last part is just personal preference. This guy is Aphex Logan. He really likes to fight. He's not going to tell us about his forte right now, but he is going to give us his backstory where he had to run away from home and emigrate to another country. And finally, we have Zange Eraser, who has a forte called Photography, where he can project his memories onto electronic devices for about 48 hours. They disappear then, but if they get transferred to another device, then they stay permanently and can be used as evidence in court. According to the World Detective Organization, it told Melanie and Pucci and possibly everyone else that there are only 5 master detectives on this train, but if you can count, we have 6 people. So Aphex just used his forte life detection to figure out that there are exactly 6 people on this train, and now we're going to talk to Pucci to make sure that Aphex is telling the truth. Because if they're only supposed to be 5 and they're actually 6, then somebody could be the imposter, and the imposter could be lying, and Aphex could be lying. So by having Pucci confirm what Aphex said, we can prove that neither of them are the imposter, or lying, at least. Neither of them are lying. So we're at that point. Neither of them are lying. Yuma kind of noticed when both of them used their forte, but no one else seems to have said anything, even though these people didn't know each other before they all got on the train. They were about to start introductions before Yuma walked in, so they were kind of introducing themselves at the same time that everyone else was. So now we're going to ask about things, because we don't remember anything. And when we're going to Kanai Ward, we need to learn stuff. I accidentally picked the same option twice. We're learning about Amaterasu Corporation. It's a giant corporation that's kind of a corporation, and it more or less took over the city. And the city is called Kanai Ward, and it basically doesn't let anybody in or out. But it's going to let us in because the World Detective Organization said so. Yuma is now hearing a voice that says, "Ooh, maybe he's not trustworthy," referring to Yuma. So that's kind of weird. Anyway, so now let's think. Well, first let's have some coffee. No one's age is confirmed, but there are bottles of alcohol in the dining car as well. This lets us choose who we think is the most suspicious, and I pick Aphex because he's the top option. But now it is time for Zange to use his photography to show us what his forte looks like. Across the rest of the game, we're going to be using everybody's fortes to help us solve mysteries. So photography is useful because that means we have anything that Zange saw with his eyes, or eye. I hope that wasn't mean. Whatever Zange saw can now be used as hard evidence because of the video, and oh no, Yuma is a little dizzy, so let's go to the infirmary in car number 1. I'd love to stay and chat, but I get migraines, so I know exactly how Yuma feels right now. Not a fun feeling. So I forgot to mention this during the introduction because I didn't have time, but the infirmary is locked, so we have to go find the key. So go this way a little and enter the restroom. Yuma fainted. Jump scare warning?
Huh?
Ah! That was probably a little early. This, I don't know what this is, and it scares me. And it also scares Yuma, and because he doesn't know what it is either. But we are 10 minutes in, and a lot has happened. So let me take a moment to catch my breath and introduce the death god Shinigami, who Yuma apparently signed a contract with, but he doesn't remember that, and Shinigami is not allowed to tell him anything about the contract because that's the rules of the contract, which I think is a really bad thing to do. So anyway, let's go outside, and I smell smoke. So either I'm having a stroke because I was just asleep for 2 hours, Shinigami was awake for those 2 hours but couldn't move and only saw Yuma sleeping. There is a fire coming from the infirmary, and that's a problem. So let's go and look at it. That'll skip the cutscene. And what we didn't see was Zilch Alexander lying on the bed in the infirmary with a knife through his chest and fire on the blanket. Then Yuma grabbed the fire extinguisher, broke the window, opened the door, and then extinguished the fire, but I feel like it might be a little too late. So now we have an investigation to do. Already, it's been 11 minutes. That corpse is dead, and that's sad.
I smell a case!
And no time to dwell on that, there's another corpse. This game moves at 1,000,000 miles an hour if you're skipping everything. That looks like Melanie because of her face and hair. So she was burned to death, which sounds painful. There are liquor bottles on the ground, which means the alcohol was probably used to burn her. So that's bad. Let's find. Oh, the car just shook. The lights just went out, and I forgot to skip the cutscene. But the lights are back on. Everything's fine. No more shaking. And now we're in a tunnel. But that's okay because the lights are back on, so we'll still be able to see. And we're gonna go through to car 3, and hopefully nothing else is going to happen because I don't like corpses.
I'm getting excited here!
Well, corpses sure like me! Poochie... If you interact with the bear, Shinigami makes a reference to Danganronpa, which is funny, but we don't have to investigate the bear, so I'm not going to, because I don't feel like it. For some reason, in this room, we don't have to investigate the body, but we do have to investigate this bag. Like a change of clothes and her letter from the video. Wait, what else? Oh, I do have to investigate the corpse. Okay. Let me press the A button. There is a suitcase. It belongs to Zilch, and it has basically the exact same letter that Yuma was given, except addressed to him, of course. This is the backup control room, so let's back up some controls.
You just gotta hit this thing and it'll be good as new!
I don't remember what that... Pay attention to this route map, it shows our route, because it's a map. This game is only for people ages 17 and older, so I feel like I don't have to spell out everything, but better safe than sorry. Danganronpa writing, you know? Let's use the intercom to call for help. We lost connection. That seems like a bad intercom. Alright, car 4. Surely nothing bad will happen in car 4. 4 is like the luckiest number. That was a joke. 4 is actually considered a very unlucky number in some places.
It can't be. Yep, it's nothing.
Nothing in room 401, so I don't know why we have to go in there, but we do. Room 402. Oh crap. Blange, no! 4 dead bodies in as many minutes? This investigation is going a lot faster than it did in Danganronpa, I tell you what. You don't act. The Danganronpa is not a prerequisite to this. Okay, so there's one person left, and that is Aphex. Everyone else is either Yuma or burned, and I don't like it when people are burned. We're looking in the bag because apparently somebody could be hidden in there. You cannot advance the story without looking in that bag, even though you don't find anything, and I don't understand why. So now we're out of the tunnel. This would be so much better if I had someone else commentating this, so I didn't also have to like look at my guide and the game. But you know, the cards you're dealt. More shaking. Melanie said that the 5th car door is locked, but hey, it opened. And what is this? And what is this? There's a 5th dead body. And it has to be Aphex because it has his necklace. Although I think we don't find that until I press A to investigate the corpse. So I'll press A to investigate the corpse. His body also has a stab wound. Go to the infirmary. Get the door key. There's a blood stain on it.
Sure hope you got all that down.
And finally, let's investigate the. Oh, wow, okay. The train car plate is knocked off. Maybe that's a sign of a struggle, but that's kind of weird, right? And finally, main control room A. That is the last thing we have to investigate, and now we have arrived at our destination. Which is pretty bad, because that implicates us in the murder of 5 people, and I've been playing this game for like 15 minutes. So. And also, we're out of characters, so I hope we meet someone new that we can like and who can help us solve this problem. Arrived in Honey Ward, and now there are people after us, and that is not good. These are the Peacekeepers, and they're sort of the main antagonists of the game, but they're like grunts, but the leaders are like actual characters. So, I'm doing quick time events, but I'm doing them really quickly. We're out of quick time events, which is good. So now we get off the train, we made it off the train. I should not have had coffee this morning. My pulse is so fast right now. I have 8 more hours of this. Help. So new character alert. I don't... this guy's name is Swank Katzenell. He's a leader in the Peacekeepers, and his thing is money. He has a grill made of silver that says money on it, and he, according to loading screen tips, which are very funny in this game, he has ordered a gold one. Those Peacekeepers just drank the coffee or the wine or something, and they got knocked out, which means that there was some kind of knockout drug in the coffee and or wine. So now it's Shinigami's time to shine, and she spun around and made a portal, and time has effectively stopped for everyone except for Yuma and Shinigami. And also, I believe Shinigami has a different form now. If you like women, here's a woman. I definitely need to word that joke better for the actual marathon, but maybe I won't be the one to say it, so... time has stopped, and Shinigami has opened a hole connecting us to the Mystery Labyrinth. So she is going to kick us into the portal, and we are going to fall. Down the rabbit hole we go, Shinigami says. So this is Shinigami's true form, where she's the most powerful. Completely forgot that I had splits open, but that's okay. So, loading screen tips are funny, but I don't actually care about them, except when there's downtime, which there isn't a lot of downtime. But now we're in the Mystery Labyrinth, whatever that means. To make a long story short, the Mystery Labyrinth is a representation of the mystery of who killed the 5 master detectives, taking form in another dimension. So the labyrinth is representative of the actual mystery in an alternate universe, and we went to the alternate universe, and that's what Shinigami's power is. She can connect to the Mystery Labyrinth, and because we have signed a pact with her, we can also interact with it, and we can solve the mystery. So now Shinigami is going to spit up some solution keys, which contain everything that we found during our investigation. The map of the train, the map of the route, other stuff, you know? Everything I told you about since. We're getting a key that there were 6 people on the train, all of the corpses. Look away if you don't like corpses. I'm looking away because I don't like corpses. The stuff we learned by looking at the control system, it switched to backup power at some point. We got the photography image, which was Yuma drinking the coffee. We got the plate that was burned. We got the blood on that lock. And we got a report from the Peacekeeper that everyone burned to death. I feel like those are all important, so let's keep all of that in mind. And with that, we are finally ready to enter the Mystery Labyrinth. It was not this laggy on version 1.0.0. Hopefully, whatever current patch I end up playing this on, that won't be laggy either, but I don't think I lost that much time to the lag. And again, I'm going to save more time from the from skipping the stuff that you now see in the splits is the deduction denouement. That is the equivalent of the closing argument in Danganronpa, where we just go over the case, and you used to not be able to fast forward it. Like, you can auto text most of it, you used to not be able to do that. I had to sit there and mash A, sometimes for up to 10 minutes straight. So this thing coming out of the floor, this is a Q. Q have no autonomy. They're just part of the Mystery Labyrinth, and they help manifest the mystery. So and one thing Qs can do is turn into mystery phantoms, which are, again, they don't actually have autonomy, but they are representative of the people in the real world who are trying to keep the mystery a secret. So now we're going to do the dance and pull a sword out of Shinigami's throat and use the sword to defeat all of the mystery phantoms. The sword is called the Solution Blade because the way you advance through the labyrinth is by solving mysteries. We are entering our first Reasoning Death Match, which is the funniest name for anything I've ever heard. And
No need to draw this out. You're the culprit behind this case. You murdered 5 master detectives. That's the only explanation. Everyone else is dead. You're the only one who could have done the crime.
sometimes I don't fast forward when it's time, which makes it slow, and also I sometimes discount it, I think. So we are proving
You were out the whole
that
time.
we didn't
Ridiculous.
do it.
You're the culprit. You knew it was drugs. That's how you avoided being knocked out. The other detectives were drugged. And you went around killing them all. You're busted. You took the waste coffee and only pretended to drink it.
So we have just proved that the photography image shows that we actually drank the coffee with the knockout drug in it and didn't only pretend. And that's why we fainted in the bathroom and were asleep for 2 hours, and everyone else presumably was too. They were drugged so they could be burned. So now we're back here in the labyrinth, and we are that much closer to solving the mystery because we proved that we couldn't have done it because we actually drank the knockout drug unknowingly. So now we come to what I like to call the two doors room. And so when Yuma came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Ignore whatever that was. Shinigami just attacks Yuma to show the question, and then we have to pick the door that matches the answer. So the question is, was the culprit one of the 6 people on the train? And the answers are yes or no. I think the answer is yes, because the train car doors do not open while the train is moving. So unless the train was stopped, nobody could have gotten in or out because the windows can't open, doors couldn't open while the train is moving, and there were only 6 people on the train to begin with. So now we're going to prove that there were only 6 people on the train to begin with. And then we're going to prove that the train didn't stop. Because logic is fun.
Your deduction is wrong. Other than the 6 on the train,
You must have had
an accomplice. What good does that testimony even do? The accomplice just wasn't there when those 2 checked, but came aboard after that. So what if the windows don't open while everyone was knocked out? You secretly stopped the train and let you...
Yeah, so he thinks we might have had an accomplice, but we couldn't have brought the accomplice on board because the train never stopped and there were only 6 people on the train to begin with, as verified by both Pucci and Apex. So now we're going to come to another 2 doors room, but Shinigami wants to figure this out. She's not the best at mysteries, but she tries. So we have to guess whether the culprit committed suicide after the crime or just played dead. And Shinigami is going to use this chain that connects the 2 of us because we have a pact and everything. And the chain goes around Yuma's neck. And it's not fun, but
So you
we're
think
going
this
down the
path will lead
path
toward the
where
truth,
the
right?
culprit just played dead.
No idea. This is a labyrinth. It's pretty common to
We
encounter
might
dead
encounter a
ends.
dead end, or we might not. Who knows? I know, we encountered a dead end, but that's okay, because in Mystery Labyrinths it's pretty common to encounter dead ends. I don't like that transition. I wish we didn't do that transition, but I didn't make this game, so I can't complain about how the game is made. I feel like that's a fallacy of some sort. But anyway, now we know that the answer is that the culprit committed suicide after the crime.
But to commit suicide after the
Suicide
crime
after
would
the
mean
crime means that after
after
killing the other
killing the
4, the
other
culprit killed
4,
themselves. They had
the
to
culprit
be
killed
the last one
himself,
to
right?
die.
Is that really the right answer?
Really,
The
really
mystery
kill
labyrinth's
someone
roots
after
represent
you have
logical
already
deduction.
killed.
If there's only one route, then it's the only possibility. I think the only option left is the culprit off
Also,
himself.
the routes of
Only
Mystery
just
Labyrinth
need to
represent
find
logical
that
deduction. If there's
suicidal
only one
bastard.
route, there's only one possibility, and Played Dead was a red herring, so the other route must be the correct one. So we are running as fast as we can possibly go. I wish we could run faster. what's happening. Okay, we fell into a minecart, and now we are going to play Donkey Kong Country Returns. And by that, I mean quick time events, but also solving mysteries at the same time. It's really hectic. So who was the last person to die? The answer is the culprit. Who set fire to the dead culprit? It must be the culprit. And who was the last person to be burned? That was Zilch, because he was still on fire when we saw him, but everyone else was already burned. So, in all likelihood, the people were killed in the opposite order that we found them. So, Ifix first in car 5, then Zange in car 4, and lastly, Zilch in car 1. Okay. So we've reached the conclusion door. Zilch killed the other 4, then set fire to himself. That was easy. Unfortunately not. This is a fake door. The fake conclusion door, which are exceptionally rare in Mystery Labyrinths. By which I mean Shinigami says that, and then we don't get any other fake conclusion doors, or real ones for that matter, for the rest of the game. I think the writers just forgot about that. But that's okay.
The culprit must be Zilch. The reason is obvious. Zilch is the only one who could have done the crime. He burned the 4 passed out victims, then set himself on fire, and died from immolation.
Shit.
This is the truth.
Zilch killed himself by setting himself on fire. Why is there a knife in him?
Why was the knife stuck in the body? Of course I know why. It was to knock himself out.
Oh, I missed it.
He stabbed himself so he would pass out easier. Then set himself on fire. Dying by fire is a painful way to go. He wanted to make it less painful. The culprit has to be Zilch. He committed suicide by self-immolation. Why was the knife stuck in the body? Of course I know why.
There! It was to knock himself out!
That's just kind of a long time.
Mystery.
So this record is beatable. I hope you can't hear me eating my snacks. But I will need to eat snacks because I have a lot of time. So now Shinigami is going to punch us really hard in the head and knock out a memory. So we are going to investigate a little bit further to find something we may not have noticed during our initial investigation. Unfortunately, we have until the pain in his head goes away. Burnt blanket. Wasn't any blood. That's kind of weird. And look at this cushion. Dun dun dun. There's a hole in it. I don't think that actually counts as a crime scene recreation. I think that was just investigate a little more, but you know. We'll get more of that in Chapter 3. Now it's time for our first Shinigami puzzle. In a Shinigami puzzle, you have to spell out words. I don't know why it takes place on a beach, but it does.
Let's work together. Go, go,
Now we can spell out the word red to describe the type of herring that Zilch's death was, because there are other colors of herrings that have 3 letters in them. I really don't know what other word they could have chosen, but the Shinigami puzzles in this chapter are really funny, because some of them are really easy, like the word red, and then like the next one is really, really hard. Like it's a long word and I didn't figure it out at first, even though I had like 4 friends helping me. We just couldn't spell the word. Okay, let's hurry back I only know what this is referencing because I play Smash Brothers. But instead of just walking all the way back, we are going to have Shinigami use a spell. There are always 2 spells, asterisks, and we are going to use Z asterisk OM, or as I like to call it, ZOM. Unfortunately, using that does apparently drain a little bit of Yuma's lifespan, according to Shinigami. I think she's joking. I hope she's joking. And so the red herring, the fact that Zilch's death was a red herring proves that he was trying to trick us. And sometimes the text just explodes into a path, which is pretty funny, but that also makes it weird when skipping all the text. So the ground is falling because our logic is shaky, but we can still logic our way through this. It's time for more QuickTime events. Did Yuma actually see Zilch? Yes. Was the burnt corpse Zilch? No. When did Zilch swap with the corpse before Yuma entered? And we fall into a giant TV screen because this is a reference to Persona 4. I think. I don't play Persona games. You'd think I learned my lesson not to reference media I haven't seen, but I don't. So now these cues are going to pick Yuma up and bring him back to somewhere else, but we found that Zilch was hiding under the blanket of the bed, which was not burnt either, once Yuma actually entered the room. Whenever it has this like 3D animation style, that's a cutscene that I have to skip, not something I can fast forward like what I'm doing right now in the rest of the labyrinth. There's something called assist, I guess. I don't know what it is.
I won't let you pass!
I think it prevents you from taking damage.
Enough with your nonsense!
3.
You think he swapped with a corpse? It'd be impossible to switch like that! Someone who could replace Zilch would need to be the same size as him! He didn't have a bag that could carry a corpse! It would have been caught at the station! It'd be impossible to get it on board! There was no corpse to replace anyway!
No corpse to replace anyway? Wrong. Apex's corpse had a knife stuck through it. I wish I didn't close my water bottle and used to open it. Okay, we're good. Remember to hydrate so nobody has to investigate your death. That is the most threatening thing I've ever said in my entire life. I am so sorry. What I meant to say was, water break. So there's Zilch, and he says, I am not the culprit.
You set the body in the first car's infirmary.
As far as I can tell, that stumble was stripped. There's no way to get around it. There's no way to skip it. There's no way to do it somewhere else. And there's another stumble as well that I can't figure out how to get around. Whatever it is. But we just chase him to the front of the train, and now we leave the tunnel. Symbolism, you know? The Mystery Labyrinth is symbolic of the mystery in the real world. For reference, the IL record for Chapter 0 is about an hour, so I actually have no idea if we're making a good time or not. This is another, essentially a two-doors room, but instead we just follow the train tracks to the left or to the right. I think we could not have moved. But Zilch says impossible. Surprise! He looks like this now. I forget if this is a reference to any specific media. I would wear that cosplay. If somebody were to make it and give it to me for free, but I wouldn't go out of my way to get it, you know?
If they didn't pass through the train, do you think the corpse was brought in from outside? The windows are all locked shut. The doors lock when the train is moving. We know the train never
stopped
once. If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way to get out while the train is moving. No issues occur during the train
You can figure out the delay by when I say the numbers, because that's also exactly when Yuma moves to the left, to the right, or jumps or ducks.
Forget the shaking and the blackout. They were nothing but coincidences. The blackout was just a bad contact. The shaking was the tunnel air pressure. There's nothing odd about that. It's all just a coincidence. It's impossible to include that in a criminal plot.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong one.
Forget the shaking and the blackout. They were nothing but coincidences. The blackout was just a bad contact.
Blackout was not a bad contact. Backup control system took over. Because the train disconnected. Actually, I don't know if we know that the train disconnected yet. I'm sorry, I spoiled something. Please forgive me. Probably should have said this during the intro, but if you're from Spike Chunsoft or something, don't watch this. I mean, I don't know. Time for another one of these. This one is way harder than the word red, because the word is detached. The car one detached. The little tattoo on Shinigami's chest kind of looks like a question mark, and it represents a mystery labyrinth or something. She has it in her true form or whatever,
Master,
regardless of whether we're doing a Shinigami puzzle or not.
What do you mean the first car was cut off?
The shaking happened just before the
This is
blackout,
unskippable.
right?
And fast forward. And now we're back to skipping fast forwarding. Oh, no, another boulder. So anything that blocks your path is actually a mystery that you can solve. So again, this is a very easy word to figure out and spell. There's just something about the word detached that has too many letters in it, and is not a word I use as often as the word red. You know? Pretty sure red and car are both some of the 1,000 most commonly used words in the English language. Detached probably isn't. Definitely not one of my 1,000 most commonly used words. And now he has entered his final form, which is probably also a reference to something that I don't get. This is the reasoning deathmatch that I was reading the notes of for last time I missed the bad contact thing. So I'm hoping that this doesn't happen at your marathon. If it does, I won't miss that much.
So it took twice near the tunnel. Why of it?
Three.
You mean the train car was separated and reconnected? Why would that even matter? Even if you managed to separate car 1, how could it be moved to the rear? The
actually is a way to shuffle the train cars around, because remember the route map? There was a thing that went around the tunnel. So car 1 detached before the tunnel, went around, and then reattached after the tunnel, and we couldn't see it because we were in a tunnel, blocking our view of blocking our view of the other car. Oh, I missed it. The answer is 4.
That's right!
Oh,
That was a pretty solid deduction.
somebody pinged me on Discord. I looked for it.
Very impressive. Of me for seeing your potential.
It ended up not being important, but it's
Strange. It doesn't feel like I'm learning this stuff, more like I'm remembering it. Maybe I was even a high-ranking detective in the WDO.
There's no time for
Something I
bragging.
forgot to
You
mention
still
because I
gotta
ran
catch
out of
him.
time is that when
Right.
Melanie checked Yuma's clothes, she determined that his uniform fits him perfectly. It was definitely tailored for him. He didn't steal somebody else's uniform. So we're pretty sure that Yuma is actually a member of the World Detective Organization because he does have the official uniform and his ultimate fashion
You
and
know,
stuff.
making the first car in Cork was a really big
Or
trick
was
to
able
pull
to
off.
tell
I'm
that
surprised the train cars could disconnect and reconnect so
was wearing
smoothly.
his own uniform.
The train's automatic operating
It'd be
system must
kind
have had
of
it
weird for
programmed
him to
before we
just-
departed.
Steal
Even the
someone
trick with the
else's
swapping train car?
uniform to impersonate them and then
Probably.
forget
It
everything.
had to have been done automatically.
I would
Well,
want to
it'd
do
be
that.
easy for Amaterasu. They own the train.
I also wouldn't want
That's
somebody stealing my
what I'm
clothes
worried
in person.
about.
You were
Even
thinking
if I
about
obtain
doing
the
that?
truth here,
Please don't.
won't they just ignore what I say and arrest me anyway?
I
Now we're
keep
climbing
telling
this
you not to worry about
giant
it.
staircase.
As long as you have the truth, the culprit can't escape.
So we can talk about what's going to
Why are
happen
you so
after we
sure
get
of
out of the
that?
Mystery Labyrinth and look at these gorgeous clouds that look better in Super Mario Bros. World 7 on the map. Now it is time for the Great Onset Destroyer section, where Shinigami just becomes really big and runs at things, and it's my favorite section of the Mystery Labyrinths. But first we gotta skip 2 entire cutscenes. One is this castle falling out of the sky and onto the ground. The other is Shinigami suddenly being a little bigger than she used to be. So now she is Gigantamaxed and Dynamaxed.
Let's do this, Master!
Really should mix those up in the actual.
I won't let you
So there
have
are
it.
3 types of obstacles.
Go away!
There are
Your
the,
deduction is wrong!
the iron balls that you
Go
kick,
away!
these brick walls that you run
Don't
through,
come any closer!
and the spikes that you
Switching
jump
the first
over.
and fifth cards is just your imagination!
And so now,
The solution key to smash through the wall, Master!
to destroy these walls with refutable statements on them.
Right now!
That's
Green
nonsense!
slows down so you can tell your
I
timing.
burned the plate to
Or-
disguise it? No, I didn't do that! Stop it!
And the timing is rather generous, although maybe that's because I picked the main difficulty, although to my knowledge, there is no
It just happened to be easily burned! But with it burned, you have no way of knowing what number car it was!
Alright, so now making his last stand. No hard evidence proving that car 5 used to be car 1, but we do. The
Looks
blood
like we need another
stains on the
solution
lock
key to boot
was
you.
from when Yuma cut his finger on the glass trying to open the locked door. And because the lock had closed at that point, there's no way Zilch could have seen the blood and cleaned it off. And again, the blood had dried, so there was really no way to clean it off anyway. Except that's not true, because he was in an infirmary. That's like the one place where you have to have the easiest time cleaning up blood compared to any other location in a train or anywhere else for that matter. And finally, we determined that Zilch was hiding in main control room A because it was locked and he was just in a blind spot. So now it's time for the reason that this patch is faster. We are going to make the closing argument, show everything we just found out, and then Shinigami and Yuma are going to recap the entire case for our viewing enjoyment. Starting in this patch, you can get it. But we have unraveled the mystery. But now, the recaps after the denouements are... Actually, I don't know if the denouement is the thing we're doing or... Oh crap, my screen froze. That's bad. Oh, I can actually just skip it like a cutscene. Oh my goodness, this is going to save so much time.
The incident.
Oh, never mind. Okay, so, this is the... I really hope my computer's still working. Why are you like this? Okay, we're good. This is the time for donations. So, if there are any donations here, possibly for either stay or destroy, read them now. I will just recorded. Unfortunately, there's no way to my knowledge, to make the controller just hold down R so I can skip all this. I have to hold it down with my hands. Shinigami did feel someone enter the room, so it ended up turning out that was zilch timing his self-immolation, as a person put it. I think that is a thing of note, that the swap the cars was pre-programmed into the train route. Like, this whole thing was planned, but it was planned by the train's automated system. So that's a little odd. Anyway, I think I might get sub 1 hour on this. Help. At the end, they always do the "it was you" thing, where they both point at the culprit, and the culprit's like, no. And now, as the price to pay for creating this mystery, the soul of the true culprit will be reaped by the death god Shinigami, who has a very adorable cutscene of this happening, but I will not do that because that wastes time. If people really want to, and we can afford the time loss, we can show the cutscene once in the marathon. But right now, I'm going for PB, I'm going for record, I'm going for sub 1 hour IL. I don't think I'm going to make sub 1 hour IL unless there's a very small amount of cutscene left. Also, excuse me. Also, I don't know when the cutscene ends. Anyway, we are back again with newfound knowledge of everything that happened in the case. So now we can explain to or I guess we don't have to, because when Shinigami reaped the soul of the true culprit, he actually died, so Swank, or whatever his name is, was just told about this and is now arresting Yuma. But this guy is here to stop him. Falsifying evidence and testimony is just not fun, so we're gonna just tell the truth instead. So he reports to the World Detective Organization. He seems like a nice person. Fortunately, did not get sub 1 hour. Maybe if I had gotten those reasoning deathmatch things on the first try and not gotten that thing. But that's neither here nor there. This is an 8-hour run. I can't be worrying about 30 seconds. Unless, of course, I am less than 30 seconds away from record, in which case I will be sad. So now we talk to this guy, and we learn that his name is Yakko Furio. He is the leader of the Kanai Ward branch of the World Detective Organization, known as the Nocturnal Detective Agency, that's what it's called, the NDA. Here we are in Kanai Ward Station, but because people don't really go in or out of Kanai Ward, it's largely empty. We still have to wonder about the mystery of who the 6th person is, but welcome to Kanai Ward. You will be able to see it because I'm skipping it. But we're also skipping the introduction cutscene to the game. It's really fun and nice, and you should watch it, and it also spoils a bunch of characters. But, who is that guy? Anyway, Chapter 0 has come to an end, and like I said, we're out of detectives, so I think we need some new detectives. I thought that you can mash A to... For solving the mystery of where I was in the elevator and for investigating and for doing all the detective work in the mystery labyrinth, I got a bunch of detective points, or DP, and those can be used to purchase skills once you get to a certain rank, but I won't be doing that because that is slow. There is one skill that might be useful in later chapters, but as far as we know now, it's not worth it. Because you actually have to go through the menu to buy it and stuff, and you can't even buy it in Chapter 0. You have to wait until after. In a sneaky little reference to the title of the game, it is raining in Kanai Ward. It has been raining for the past 3 years, non-stop. And now we're really weathering into the sun.
I love the view of the city from here.
I bet my bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be rain.
No. It's like we're always
Especially
right at the brink of
started
dawn.
Watching this video after 4 p.m.
Although, thanks to them, the real dawn will never rise here.
That is Amaterasu Corporation. They're building shaped, and that was a cutscene I forgot to skip. Oops. Did not think I would lose time during the prologue, but here we are. Shinigami smells death, and she likes that because she's a death god. But I don't like that because I am not. Here we are in Kamasaki District.
The neon looks magically blurred in the rain. If there really
Pretty,
is an illusion in the rain, I think it'd be the streetlights.
There are a lot of
I don't have any
businesses,
memories of the
especially small
scenery,
businesses,
but
that you can buy
it
things
still
from.
makes me all nostalgic. Perhaps I'm from a city like this one.
There's some districts where you
Maybe
have to cross
if
the
you
street at
formed my
crosswalks,
mind
but in
into a
Kamasaki
shape,
district there
it
aren't enough
looked like
cars.
this place.
Hey, isn't it weird how it's not flooded, given how it's always raining here?
It looks like they have a good drainage system. See? There's a drain leading to a pipe over there.
That kind of thing creeps me out. Just imagine what would happen if I got sucked in there.
No one else can see or hear Shinigami, and talking about her is against the contract, so anything Yuma says to Shinigami will be done through his thoughts because they can read each other's minds.
My colleagues and hired assistants all quit. They said working here as a detective was simply
which is a
impossible.
shame, because we're a master
So,
detective.
you've been working as the only detective for the whole city ever since?
Chief Yako is pretty much
It's
the only
not like I could
detective in
change
the city
careers. I'm a WDO detective,
until
after all.
we arrived.
Clients trust me to do the job. Although, most of my requests
Some people
involve
trust
infidelity
detectives more
or
than others.
finding lost pets.
Peacekeepers don't.
What about unsolved mysteries?
The peacekeepers
Detectives
get
aren't
to
really
handle
allowed to
that.
solve
Detectives
big
don't
mysteries,
even get close.
because peacekeepers
Oh,
make sure they're the ones to do it. But
now-
now that
Things could be different since
We're
you're
here.
all here.
Huh? All?
I wonder if they fix this auto-scroller. The sections of the game where you have to follow another character are the worst. This is an automated cutscene. It turns out that the Zilch we met was a hitman hired by Amaterasu Corporation who already disposed of Zilch, impersonated him, and then killed everyone else on the train, except, of course, for you. And there are 4 other master detectives who we can meet and be friends with and solve mysteries with. But they all encountered some sort of interference, just like we did, which is not good. Also, they did fix this cutscene, or sequence. On version 1.0.0, it would still be automatic and you'd still be following him, but Yuma moved a lot slower, so Yako would just like leave you behind, and there's no way to go any faster or slower by moving your control sticks, or pressing any other buttons for that matter. Anyway, here we are at the riverbank, and the detective agency should be somewhere around here. Surprise! It's a submarine! We all live in a neon submarine. Not very claustrophobic, in my opinion, but I have not actually lived in a submarine, so I don't know how claustrophobic they really are, especially when you're cohabiting with 5 people and a ghost. Or whatever Shinigami is. Alright, take 2, let's meet some more detectives. Now we're introducing Yuma, And here is everyone else. Halara Nightmare, who is canonically non-binary. Chunsoft's first canonically non-binary character, if you don't count anyone from Mystery Dungeon. This is Desahiko Thunderbolt, and he is short. This is Fubuki Clockford, the heiress to the famous Clockford family, and she's a little airheaded, shall we say? And this is Vivia Twilight, who likes to lie down in the fireplace. There usually isn't a fire because, again, we're in a submarine. And,
Sit down right here.
have a little chat with everybody. Detectives are pretty villainized in Kanai Ward, so we can't become famous by detectiving. There was a file for Yuma at the World Detective Organization, but it just says that he's a trainee and he's very good at cooking. And that is all the World Detective Organization had to say about him because he's not a formal detective yet. He's just a detective in training. I forget if I just said that or not. Anyway, we got a phone call from Number 1, who happens to be the head of the World Detective Organization. And that is surprising. And also nobody recognizes him because he doesn't usually show his face to anyone. So the reason we're all here is to solve Kanai Ward's ultimate secret or greatest mystery or whatever you want to call it. Kanai Ward's ultimate secret. Yako doesn't want us to do it quite yet. Probably because
In the unending rain.
somebody might get hurt, and we don't want anyone to get hurt. That's bad. Okay, here's the opening cutscene that I'm going to skip, but very nice. And we've reached the end of the prologue. That was a fun waste of 10 minutes. You know what time it is? I think it's time to skip some more cutscenes. This is a clock tower.
The faint
It's big,
sound.
it's in the middle of the city, and that's all I know about it. Anyway, welcome to Chapter 1, The Nail Man Killings. But, before we start killing any nails, we need to, find our friends, and they're all staying at a hotel or something. We're gonna wash our face, and then Yako is gonna ask us to cook something. Maybe we can muscle memory our way through preparing food. I do like food, so hopefully Chief Yako will like our food. It looks pretty good, it smells great.
Pretty good.
God,
And unfortunately, it tastes like poison. So that was unfortunate, but we've cleaned up, and now we need to get the other detectives. We are at a hotel. I think I said that. One thing to know about Kanai Ward is that everybody loves meat buns. That's why I said that at the beginning. If sit down and grab a meat bun, that is because meat buns are really, really popular foods and everybody likes them. They taste really good. so I've been told. I haven't had one myself. There is a church and church-like characters in this chapter, so if that's not your deal, why are you watching me play the game with the
Hey,
death
why
god?
are you going back? Zoom! Head
I'm
up the
just kidding.
stairs.
But there are actually, like, vaguely religious figures who are primary characters in this chapter. They show up in the rest of the chapters too, but
Where could it be?
no time for that now. We have to go to the Sun and Moon Hotel.
There! That's the hotel!
Don't know why it's called that, because it's been so cloudy in Kanai Ward for the past 3 years, and that no one has seen the sun or the moon. Also, because Kanai Ward doesn't let any people visit, not a lot of people stay at the hotel. But, hello, Vivia, you are under a piano. Vivia likes to read books. It's the classic story of a boy and a girl who build sandcastles on the beach, but every night the girl destroys the sandcastles, and you have to wonder if she likes the boy or she does not like the boy. Left up to interpretation by everyone. So we found Vizego and Kabuki, but Halara is nowhere to be seen. So now, Vivia is going to give us a favor. We have to complete. It's a book about two birds, a dove and a crow, that fight with each other and end up destroying the whole world. We talk to this guy and ask about the book, and it turns out that there's some person who's being a little shady and trying to get people to buy the book, but he's just a book enthusiast. Let's track down our book enthusiast. Alright, here you are. Let's go up those stairs to the bookstore. Again, to the bookstore. And get the book. Crow and the Dove. Survival of the Fittest, World Salvation. So now that we've ordered the book to be delivered, let's go and see that the book has been delivered already. Because what else are we going to do on whatever day of the week this is currently? I don't think it ever says. Although later in this chapter we will find out what year this takes place. Completed the request, got 100 detective points. Now, at the hotel, and we're going to hear about the clock tower case. The culprit of the nail man killings might have been caught. So we have a case already. Surprise! We've been in this city for what, 7 minutes? We still don't know where Halara is. That's kind of a problem. But the auto scroller. I can't do anything, but it's funny to watch it happen like this. That's actually faster movement than if I'm just running. loading screen tips are very funny, especially in chapters 2 and 3, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Right now we're just learning about the characters and the districts and those locations, and that's it really. So here we are in Ginma District, which is a much more upper class, shall we say, district. And we find out that Shinigami is classist, which is really mean. But no time to dwell on that, we have to go to the clock tower.
Smell the mystery coming out of it.
Here we are in front of the clock tower.
Look at all those rubberneckers.
So we are learning that the Nailman is a serial killer. But the Peacekeepers are blocking us from going to the clock tower, so that's kind of a bust. So let's go back to Ginma District and ask people about the Nailman. The Nailman's crime scenes are always locked rooms filled with nails. So we get to solve locked room mysteries, which is always fun. Some people have these fancy drone umbrellas, which just hover above you because it knows you're a registered user, and it's just kind of funny actually. But there have been incidents where they crash into each other, which is also kind of funny if you don't own one. So that's a reference to Jurassic Park. I'm not here to reference Jurassic Park. I'm here to talk to this person. Let me talk to you. Thank you. This is the legend of the Nailman. Write down the name of someone you hate so much you wish they were dead. Make a doll of them, put their name on it, attach it, or nail it to a tree behind the church, and then the Nailman will kill them for you. It's an urban legend, but 6 months ago, somebody actually got killed by the Nailman, and there have been 3 Nailman killings since. A problem, because that means people are getting killed. 3 whole people. Craziness. Are being mean to this kid, so we're gonna stand up for the kid because they're a kid. And now Halara is going to kick all of the Peacekeepers in the face because they are awesome like that. They really like kicking things. So this boy's dad was arrested under suspicion that he was the Nailman, but He is just a watchmaker, and he was hired to fix the clock tower because he does that about once a year.
My dad would never murder anyone! He has no reason to!
Alara wants money, but this kid doesn't have money. He offers his most prized possession, a baseball that he and his father would play with all of the time, but Alara says no, which means we have to solve the crime instead. This device features stuff about the case. We learn about the victim's age range, but we also learn about the suspect eventually. Yeah, according to his age and date of birth, we can determine that this game takes place in the year 2045.
Now off to the clock tower we go!
But no time to dwell on that because we are going to go into the clock tower where the murder scene is and see if we can be the first to discover the mailman's fourth victim. Shinigami is again going to be a little bit mean here, so if you don't like it when Shinigami is mean, please mute the video and look away for the next
Use
like
the stairs so
30
you don't get
seconds.
fat.
Okay, you can turn the sound back on now.
You can do it, Master!
Also, if you're afraid of heights, I'm sorry. But
I see a suspicious door!
look over there.
To be honest,
It's a body. So oops, this is real blood. This person is bleeding or has bled. They seem to have been killed recently, so I think the blood is fresh. Those are definitely nails, but it's time to investigate some things. Now, and we have to investigate before the Peacekeeper comes up and stops us from investigating, because we need to finish this investigation. Otherwise, we can't do a proper investigation. I'm not sure how detectiving works. I'm not a real detective, I just play one in video games. So, first let's look at the door. The door was locked, but the lock is kind of broken, it looks like. But the only way to unlock the door is from the outside. So the door was locked. The victim was likely strangled to death, and there were scratch marks from where she was trying to get the rope off. These dolls are weird. I don't like them, but they are everywhere, because that's just the mailman's signature brand. This is a window with shutters that are locked, but we can unlock them with this latch and open them, and there's really no way to climb down. And it seems the shutters automatically lock when you close them. And if it's about halfway down, it closes under its own weight. Under the window, there are dolls with nails in them, and the nails have like string or something, and there's water on the floor. So, investigation's over. Now, let's make like a tree and get out of here. So we're gonna go in the over here direction
What's up? Find a body or something?
so that we don't get caught by peacekeepers.
How far does this go? Are you keeping up, Master?
And the boy found some footprints that are for a type of shoes called loafers in here, right under the window. That's kind of suspicious. The dad is afraid of heights. The watchmaker. So,
If all the peacekeepers wake up, they'll be sure to pay you back for this.
that's probably useful. Anyway, this guy is weird. He's one of the peacekeepers, but he only mutters. His name is Seth Burrows, and his family is like speak softly and carry a large stick or something, but he only speaks softly. So this grunt has to hold up a megaphone directly in front of him. And I think that's supposed to be played for comedy, but I don't like this guy. The rain in the city makes dead bodies rot really fast, so they have to get disposed of very quickly. And speaking of dealing with things quickly, they want to do bad things to the watchmaker, and that's not good. So, fortunately the boy knows the secret way out, so let's get while the getting is good. Into it.
Who knew some brat would save ya?
Now, we're going to ask for Halara's help to solve this mystery. Halara is waiting at a cafe. Golden Path Cafe, right over here.
If you let them take the lead, you're gonna be out 5 million yen, right? Do you have that kind of money,
Halara is
Master?
charging 5
or are you
million
gonna go into
yen.
debt?
Yen is the currency of High Ward, and we really don't have a good sense of scale for how much things cost. We know that a luxury car costs 5 million yen. We know that meat buns at various places cost anywhere from 100 to 1,000 yen, and we know that Halara's coffee costs 800 yen. So for the coffee and for the case and for the late fee, we owe Halara 5,500,800 yen, which is kind of a lot, but it's going to be worth it to protect the innocent. I should be traveling using the fast travel feature, but I forgot to do that. I'm saved for next run, I guess. The bus fare is listed as 200 yen per trip. Amaterasu Corporation employees ride for free, but there is no currency system in this game. We can't just...
You better hurry!
we don't have to worry about money, and we can't, like, take the bus too much or anything. So, Halara, knowing we would ask, has done some research.
Come on, Master! Do you have no sense of direction?
I have a really bad sense of direction. Oh, we're going
Master, you gotta hurry!
Detective Agency, that's right. It's been a while since I played this game. Halara knew we were going to ask for help, so they did some research ahead of time. So they know a little bit about the So Seth just threatened Yako with some flowers that wilt in about 3 hours after they're picked. So we have about 3 hours to solve this case. I don't remember what you wrote on that card. But now we have to investigate the things. So first we're going to go to a secret club that's like a casino, but the games are rigged, cheating is rampant, it's a whole mess. And the owner of the casino was killed, which is not
You can
very
get to the church from
nice.
Kamasaki
We're gonna
district.
investigate his
Time is
murder.
short.
Let's hurry! Come on, over here! Let's hurry to the church!
Oh, first we're gonna go to the church, so we can talk to the churchgoers. Not the churchgoers, well, one of the churchgoers. There's 3 people that work there and 1 person who just is there. His name is just given as worshipper, and all we know about him is that he likes to smoke cigarettes, which makes me not like him very much. So we have to talk to everybody. This guy is servant. He does odd jobs around the church. This guy is the priest. He listens to people. This is the nun, and she likes to threaten people with violence in the name of God, which is pretty funny, as long as you're not on the receiving end of that nonsense. Now we gotta ask about Pascal Man murders. The worshipper was the first one to discover the body every time so far. There's a store that sells... Oh, come on. There's a door that sells dolls as souvenirs for Kanai Ward, but because there's no tourism, they haven't really sold a lot, so it's cheap to get. So. The servant found a bit of burnt rope that was shaped like that. It was thrown into the incinerator, and only people who are members of the church can access the incinerator. Halara has heard everything they need to, and now we are off to check the secret club for real this time. I remember their faces, they might get accused of the murder.
still a mystery. I'm all hype.
Because Halara likes kicking things, they slice open the police tape, and so now we can enter the club. The victim was the owner of the club, and that is a chalk outline of his body. Halara's forensic forte is post-cognition, which lets them see what a crime scene looked like when the body was first discovered. Yuma seems to have the forte coalescence, which lets him use other people's fortes by holding their hand and getting their permission to use the forte. Halara is hesitant to hold hands, but once they do, proof that the post-cognition really can be shared through the magic of friendship or something. The victim once again has
By the way, you...
rope burn on his neck, so we think he was killed in the same way. There's a cheese glass on the counter, which means the room is locked and lit.
What a rich...
And we have finished the investigation. Here's one of the meat bun shops. That is a reasonable price of 100 yen per bun. Mansion owner was a rich person who did shady real estate dealings or something, according to that loading screen tip. We learned the boy's name, other loading screen tips, as well as many other things that I feel like are weird to just be loading screen tips, because the tips are random and there's always 5 of them per loading screen, so there is a chance that you will never see that tip. Alara likes kicking things, so they're gonna kick open the gate. Bam!
Are you sure?
On version 1.0.0, the target marker is still shown at the entrance instead of front door, but that has been fixed. So now we are in the mansion. Don't even take off our rain boots.
Feels like a jump scare's
There
coming
are no
up.
jump scares in this mansion. Except that jump has a black. Alright. Let's investigate things. The dolls are kind of beat today. I say today, all of this investigation stuff is happening in the same 3-hour period. The blood flow from his body is in a different way than on his leg.
Let's check every...
Photo. Wrong photo, wrong photo. In Alara's pocket. Oh. It's like a sketch of the room. And there was a key underneath the body. That's weird, right? So there was some sort of string or something around that bench. This doll has both eyes gouged out and I am scared. Stop scaring me.
Looks like they're...
Oop, nope. An investigation. Alright, next we are going to the art gallery, and that is going to be our final investigation before we go to the Chapter 1 Mystery Labyrinth. Favorite Mystery Labyrinth, Chapter 1. I'm supposed to travel by bus. Because the bus stop is like right next to the art gallery. I really need to study my guide more. I don't think I have time to do a practice run, but... So I guess this is my practice run. $29/0 is a relatively new meat bun shop that sells cheese meat buns for 200. I personally do not eat cheese with my meat, so I would not be the target audience for those buns, but I'm sure that other people will. Here we are at the art gallery, which has been closed due to special circumstances since the murder, which only happened about a month ago, I guess. Alara likes kicking things, so they kick down the door, and Shinigami has nicknames for everybody once we spend enough time with them. So Halara's nickname is Hellara, referencing someone named Helen? I don't know. Let's go to the room where it happened. This is some sort of storage room. It's our fourth locked room mystery in a row. So you're getting your fix on locked room mysteries because there aren't any others, I think. Victim I picked with the curator gallery.
Maybe.
As usual, she has strangle marks on her body. However, also has a wound in the back of her head. That's kind of weird. I missed something. I have to actually investigate the window. It really doesn't open very fast. No.
Yo! Check, check!
Is it here? No? What am I missing? So much time, help. What? Really? Okay.
That should be.
Now Shinigami and Yuma are gonna talk to each other, but Halara's gonna say, Yuma, why are you talking to yourself? And then Yuma can't respond.
Outside the window?
So now we're gonna go outside.
Room?
and see if we can fit through that really small window that barely opens. Sure, the results are going to be exactly what you expect them to be. Why do we need to know that? Why do we need to know the preferred brand of cigarette smoked by this guy? Is that a real brand of cigarettes? I hope
just
not.
having fun pushing you around.
We can't fit through the vent. Shocking, I know. Anyway, watch out for this guy. It's all called the Peacekeepers. I say I am a Peacekeepers. So we have to ask him what happened. He was the one that found the body along with the worshipper, and the worshipper knocked over a paint can on his way to the while opening the door, because he was in a hurry because, you know, he found a body. When you're in trouble, say my name, Laura Nightmare shall rush to your aid. So despite the fact that I've been in this chapter for 45 minutes, 3 hours have passed, and
I need to hurry back before the chief gets executed.
Right, let's hurry. I want to know how they'll execute him too.
this time we do actually have to run on the bus, not the Saki.
Come on, let's go! Go, go, go!
Palara seems to know who the real culprit is. That's incredible.
Come on! Where's your competitive spirit? You might be a trainee, but you're still a detective.
I don't think you can ever take a bus to Riverbank. Cool if you could. Yeah, in every chapter, there's like this warning that by entering this location, you'll hit a you'll start a story event, and so you can't easily go back. So if you want to complete like requests, if you get requests, I didn't get any requests, and I don't want to because we don't need to. The only one we need to do is the tutorial one, which is the book for Vivia. So Seth says, time's up, even though Yako says, you got 5 minutes. And Seth says, you should get your watch checked. And then he says, oh wait, you can. So now we have to save Yako from Seth et al. We proved that our investigation was legitimate because we knew something that wasn't public information, and now we call Halar for help because we required their aid. And so now they are here to aid us as required, and somebody gets kicked into the river because that's funny. Also, they have a lollipop now. Just for fun. I wish I had a lollipop. I do wish everyone would stop using everyone else's real names in front of the Peacekeepers. We don't have... We never come up with nicknames. Alright, it is time for our second mystery labyrinth. But something's different this time around. Dun dun dun. We have a friend. So because we used our coalescence to borrow Halara's post-cognition, Halara was able to go to the mystery labyrinth through the help of coalescence. So now we get kicked into each other, down the rabbit hole we go. So, in the Mystery Labyrinth, Halara does not remember any details about the case. This is the Mystery Labyrinth's defense mechanism of sorts. It makes everyone forget things related to the case.
Master,
except for
are you
Yuma,
ready?
because of his contract with Shinigami. The contract is also what lets him use the sword and the solution blade and the solution keys. Halara is not able to do any of that, so they're just here for fun, I guess, and to do detective work. But we have to be the one to actually solve everything by way of solution blades. This is already going way faster than the Chapter 0 Labyrinth, and I hope it stays that way. So now we have 4 trees representing the 4 locked room mysteries, and we are going to solve the 4th one first, because that was the one we investigated, which is the clock tower. Where did the culprit flee from? Did they go out the door? Or, I think they went out the window. And Mystery Phantom Seth is here to cause problems on purpose. So now we have a different kind of QuickTime event where Seth is going to say a bunch of options, and we have to press the button for the correct answer. And if we press the wrong button, then it loses time. We have to just wait out those wrong answers. Now finally we're going to get a standard multiple choice under time limit. The rope's burnt remains were originally a rope ladder. It's hard to tell, I just noticed that was a Shinigami beam Like, remember at the end of the Shinigami puzzles when she shoots lasers from her eyes? That same type of beam was what went into the microphone and caused it to... the megaphone and caused it to explode. A megaphone is the inverse of a microphone. The drawing that the servant did was of the rope ladder after it had been cut. So the way you could get the rope ladder down was by cutting each rung, and then after you cut the final rung, it changes topologically and just becomes a one rope. I don't understand that whole transition where it zooms out and shows a window or something and Yuma looking through it again, because it's the same Yuma both times. Mystery labyrinths are weird. Did you know that? So now it is time to prove the
These deductions of yours are unnecessary. It's clear who the culprit is. The watchmaker was nearby at the time of the crime. The watchmaker was also at the scene. And he had a hammer for the nails. In other words, he committed the crime. After committing the crime, just as you deduced, he created that locked room and escaped via the rope ladder.
No, that's wrong. When I go for a while without speedrunning, sometimes I forget that I like talking to other people when doing something like this for lots of time. It's like I'm 2 hours in and I've pretty much run out of things to talk about besides things that happened during the case, and I feel like they're relatively self-explanatory. So now we can choose which one to go to next. We have to go to all four, so I just do the rest in numerical order. I don't think you have to do them in any particular order, but I just do them 4, 1, 2, 3. It matters which one you do first, the other three, I think it doesn't. Don't make the obvious joke about it. The culprit escaped through the vent. Because apparently this vent is big enough to go through. And the cover can be removed, as it just was. Flash number.
How ludicrous. They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there, even if the cover was removed. There's no foothold to use to reach it.
So that's all for this one. We figured out how they escaped the locker room. They went through the vent. That was easy. And as a reward, we get an extra solution key again. And the solution key for after the first one, we learned that it's a person who has access to the incinerator because they incinerated the rope ladder. Here, we learned that the person is able to fit through the vent, which means they are probably of a thinner stature. And let's go to door number 2. By the way, Halara asked about a way to get out of the mystery labyrinth, and Shinigami says that there's an emergency exit, but we shouldn't use it because it comes at a pretty high price that isn't worth it. So we don't have to worry about that. Instead, we have to worry about recreating this locked room mystery. select the door, please. What? It is so buggy. Oh, come on. You're forgetting that. Culprit did not take the key home or just leave it there. They somehow put it back in the room that was under the victim's body. Time for another Shinigami puzzle. Whenever Shinigami says lay it all out, that means we're about to do a Shinigami puzzle where we have to spell a word. The only Shinigami puzzle where you get to or have to spell a number is the one in Chapter 0 that we already did. So everything from here on out, we will just be spelling words. The solution keys, you can give them to Shinigami and she'll give you hints, but if you give something that's completely unrelated to the case, then you'll just take damage instead. Your HP of sorts is called stamina, and if you run out of it, you lose and have to restart from the most recent checkpoint. But you have enough stamina, and it's very easy to get more stamina with skills, especially when you have enough levels.
Your deduction is wrong. Do you have any proof that the corpse was moved? The corpse was fixed in place. It didn't move a millimeter. In fact, that corpse shows no sign.
If it was ever moved.
During the reasoning deathmatch, the banner things at the top that scroll words say dead or alive. This is a reference to how you spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. So we are answering questions to knock out the mystery phantoms. The victim's body was sitting up at first, and then the string was holding it up, and then the string was retrieved, which made the body fall back down. So now Yuma has a string, and we get to recreate the locked room, which is a fun thing. So first, the string was tied to the vent, and then it went through the eyes of the doll on the wall, which is terrifying. And then the string went under the victim's neck. And then we put it back on the vent. And then we left the room through the door. It was thrown in through the gap in the vent. And then, when the string was retrieved, the body fell down on top of the key. And so, the solution key we get from solving that is that whoever is the nailman has to have a good throwing arm, because they were able to... Oh no, that wasn't it. Something about the... Excuse me, it was something about the fishing line. At some point we know that there's a good... that the person has a good throwing arm. I might have... What's it called? Something happens at the wrong time, has a chronos. Anachronism. I think I did an anachronism. The culprit once again fleed through the door. The key was put on the doll, so now Halara is going to imitate what they did in real life, and we're going to go outside the door, and they are going to stay inside the room, and then we're going to meet through there. TV jump scare. Have the key. What happened to the key?
Master, hurry up and throw the key! Your footing's crumbling away! You're gonna fall!
That's actually a really smart thing. Where the right answer is to just do nothing and wait. So now all of a sudden the key and doll are in the in Yuma's hands. So we have to recreate the locked room one more time. First we're going to get the painting, then we're going to nail the doll to the painting. Then we're going to prop the painting up by the window. And we're going to go outside. Then we're going to go to the window on this side. We're going to nail it to the painting with the doll. And then we're going to knock the painting back into the room. So the doll and the key and the nail and the painting are all in the room, and it looks like a locked room mystery. So we get one more solution key from this treasure chest. Except we don't. There was nothing in there. But it revealed this new path, which we're going to go through.
Don't be afraid to roll the dice. You must keep pursuing the truth. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction.
Number one says that sometimes.
Isn't that right?
A couple other things that number one says as well. Alright, now it's time to make our accusation. Who do you think is the nail man? I'll tell you who I think is the nail man. I think
I'm nothing.
it's the priest. So now he has this cool nail man-like design. And now we have like 1, 2, 3, 4 reasoning death matches in a row. Here we're process of eliminationing everyone else. So the Nailman cannot be the worshipper because the Nailman has to be someone with access to the incinerator. So it is either the priest or the nun or the servant.
A member of the church is the culprit. Even so, I am not the culprit. There are others working for the church. Yes, there's the servant. The servant must be the mailman. The servant
Was not able to commit the crimes because they wouldn't be able to fit through the vent in the first game.
The nun must be the culprit. She's dead and also works at the church.
The nun was not able to commit the crimes because her good arm is broken and in a cast, and that happened before the mansion launch room. So through process of elimination, we have found our guy. I think. And now we are once again going to do something that the makers of the game just forgot about. We're going to bluff.
Enough with your stupid fantasies! Everything you say is nothing but a fantasy! Do you have any proof that I'm the culprit? Did you find my fingerprints? Did you find my blood? Of course there's no evidence!
He said he burned the shoes in the incinerator, but alas, that means he gave himself away. How tragic. However, we are not done yet, because something doesn't line up, you know? Because one of these cases is not like the others. We're going to use a Shinigami puzzle to type out what is different. The cause of death was not the same as the others for the art gallery employee or curator or whatever she was. If there was a big wound on the back of her head, means she was bludgeoned and only made to look like she was strangled, where everyone else was actually strangled, we think. And that means there's a copycat killer. Oh, we don't know that yet. Oops, that's the next decision choice to make in the 2 doors room. The 3 doors room. This is our first 3 doors room. I think it's very funny that one of the doors just has a face that looks like fruit on it, but unfortunately we cannot go through the fruit face room. Fruit face room, by the way, is my favorite nickname for my kitchen.
The strangulation was faked to imply this crime had the same
That was not a
perpetrator
very
as
good
the
joke.
other three incidents.
I need better. I need a co-comment.
By making the crime scene as similar as possible,
I can't just sit here and make jokes by myself for 8
the
hours.
mailman was
I could agree.
responsible for an unrelated murder. Which means this was a copycat crime.
Copycat crime.
I
So we
agree.
have to figure out who is the copycat criminal. We got 3 other churchgoers and then the son of the watchmaker. It would be very funny if it were the son of the watchmaker, but unfortunately, well, fortunately
I
for
told you
him,
already.
unfortunately for comedic potential, I guess, it's not the boy.
Why accuse me of being the culprit? I was just first on the scene. Why do you think I'm a copycat criminal? It could have all been the mailman. The cause of death was just different each time, yeah?
What?
I knew
Oh.
it.
Why accuse me of being the culprit? I was just first on the scene. Why do you think I'm a copycat criminal? It could have all been the mailman. The cause of death was just different each time, yeah? And even if there was a copycat criminal, why is it me? The servant could be the copycat. The nun could be the copycat. Anyone could have done it.
Says anyone could have done it, but no, because the cause of death was made to look like strangulation, but it was not public information that all the victims were strangled. So, gotcha.
He was always suspicious, but because the real mailman was someone else,
There is something
I
inherently
didn't connect the
suspicious
dots.
about being the first to
He
discover
was
the body.
fascinated by the
but,
mailman, and by studying him,
times out of
he
4, he
eventually
wasn't.
knew more about
So.
him than anyone else.
You decide what that
Ultimately,
means.
he became the mailman.
It's ironic that he exposed his own crime by knowing too much about the other ones.
Master, the truth is right there! My radar is banging like crazy!
Banging?
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. And now it is time for the best segment of the Mystery Labyrinth. I scrolled too far in my notes. Am I allowed to have my notes during the marathon? Or can I have my phone out? Or even just like
Let's do this,
take
Master!
them? Go for that.
You will never destroy this floor! Damn you! Stop it! Shut up! Damn this! Stop with your lies! Everything was done by the nailman! I'm not the culprit!
We're able to investigate the crime scene with the power of post-cognition. So thank you, post-cognition. You helped us solve this case.
Wrong! Shut up! Stop it! Get away! Damn it! Why get away from get away! Get away! Who cares if you use post-cognition? You only saw what I saw as the first person on scene! No clue will help lead you to the
Been
culprit!
paying attention. You know how post-cognition works? The moment the corpse was discovered is happened? My screen went blue, and then it fixed itself. More time loss, sad face. But yeah, the worshipper knocked over the paint after he saw the body for the first time, but post-cognition shows you what the scene was like when the first person who isn't the culprit or the victim discovers the body. And in post-cognition, the paint was already knocked over, which means paint was knocked over before someone who wasn't the culprit found the body, which means the worshipper had to be the culprit. Okay, time for the deduction denouement, and I will try to excuse myself while I am still holding the R button to skip the recap, because it's bad. Has been unraveled, so please speak for attendance.
Step right up, step right up! A series of locked room murders based on an urban legend.
I love these wireless headphones, but they are not easy to put on with one hand. And I forgot to split. I keep forgetting to split, which I guess is a good thing because I'm not losing time to splitting, but I am going to have inaccurate segment splits. Well, not really, because the important ones are like the start and end of chapters, and I've gotten all of those so far. Again, the deduction denouement is a good time to read donations, so if you have any donations, now would be a good time. Unfortunately, I'm not talking to anybody, so there isn't anyone to read donations, and I didn't feel like coming up with fake ones. Or I did have an idea to make like fake sponsorships, but I decided against it. Really, the only joke I could make would be about Amaterasu Corporation, but I think that ship has sailed. So because both the priest and the worshipper were covering up the crime, they are both going to have their souls reaped for the crime of putting us through this nonsense. They both primarily covered up the mystery, so they're both getting exploded. So I hope you didn't particularly like either of those characters from all 30 seconds you've seen them talk about themselves and their jobs. But the other two characters are going to be around for the rest of the game. And there are some requests you can do for each of them, and so you get to learn about them and like them. And they were not like complicit or involved at all in the Naoman killings. And now Shinigami is going to possess the priest and confess the whole crime, which is pretty funny, I think. There's the sound of a motorcycle, and Seth is going to get knocked out by Yomi Hellsmile, or as I like to pronounce his last name, Hellsmile. I like to think he gets really upset when you mispronounce his last name, but I don't know which is funnier to be the mispronunciation. Anyway, Yomi has a right-hand woman, Martina Electra, who Yomi does not deserve her. He is not nice, and she is a better person than he is. They confront Yakko and say, stop doing things. And Yakko says, okay, please don't hurt me. And then they say, okay, and then they leave. Also, Seth's megaphone. Why do I keep calling it a microphone? I'm not even wearing a microphone. Well, I am wearing a microphone, but not like a tangible one. What am I saying? I don't know why I keep calling Seth's megaphone a microphone, but Seth doesn't appear for the rest of the game, so I don't have to worry about making that mistake anymore until I do this run again. And even then, maybe I'll have a co-commentator, so I won't be the one making the mistake. But this is a marathon. No mistakes can be made. I do like to scroll through loading screen tips. So, Halara also forgot everything that happened in the Mystery Labyrinth, because that is another one of the Mystery Labyrinth's defense mechanisms. So, the secret of Shinigami is still safe. And as a thank you for saving his father, the boy wants to play catch with Yuma, and so we will, and it will be a very nice time. But unfortunately, it will be a skipped cutscene, and
the unending rain.
The niceties don't exactly last. Chapter 2 is called A Silent Curtain Call, and it has to do with theater kids. It takes place, well, I don't want to give too much away before it happens, but there's not going to be that much more time before it happens.
I wonder what happened to Chief Yako.
So Chief is out today. Fubuki says, Chief, you look different, because that's actually Halara in the Chief's chair, because Fubuki is not the smartest detective in the
It looks like there's something going
organization. Lara is going to do something. Fubuki's going to go with her to make sure that she doesn't, that they don't get into fights. Getting it this way. Yako says that Fubuki has one of the strongest fortes. But now Desuhiko is going to show us his forte. His forte is disguise. He can perfectly disguise as another person, complete with clothes, obviously, but also voice and build and
There's another one, Master!
although it does take a lot of energy, so he can't do it for too long. Like, he can't just, like, permanently disguise as someone else.
All these missed spots.
Don't slack off!
So now, we have to clean stuff around the submarine. Shinigami reveals that she was in the Book of Death before making the pact. Via, I don't remember what Via says. Yako sends Yuma on a mission to buy some food because he is really hungry and likes meat buns. So the loading screen tips this chapter are about various plays put on by the Academy. Like, we're going to an all-girls school and we're gonna learn about their theater department. And the loading screen tips will talk about various
Just pretend that trash over there
plays
is
they
a
put
meat
on.
bun.
And one of them is called Far Away at the End of the World, which takes place in a post-apocalyptic dystopian setting that is revealed in the climax to be a future Earth all along. According to this tip, Desuhiko's beanie is custom-made and designer and waterproof, and it cost him a lot of money. I didn't even know they made waterproof beanies, so maybe it's that much maybe it's that level of customization, which is what costs so much.
Let's go buy those meat buns, Master!
There's a person just lying on the floor who says hee 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 whenever you pass them. Don't know what their deal is. You can't, like, press A to talk to them.
Wanna fight?
But here's a cart that sells meat buns, so let's get one for the Chief. Oh, but look over there, behind that statue. I think someone's following us. So now we have to catch them. And to do that, we are going to go back into the sewer system. Can't walk too fast, because then they'll lose us. There are a couple random QuickTime events here for no reason. Whichever that person. Shinigami is keeping an eye out for the person to make sure that they're still following us. QuickTime event to pick up this person's ball and give it back to them. now's where we're going to catch this mystery person. Shinigami will give the signal, because remember, they cannot see Shinigami, but we can. And gotcha! Surprise! It's this person. Her name is Kurumi Wendy, and she's from the Etheria Academy, and she seems to like detectives, which is a rarity in this city. I always think this is what would happen if I were to meet a celebrity I admire, but it always happens that I'm with someone else, like a friend or my sister, and they're the starstruck one and I'm the one who talks to them like a normal person. Kurumi says she might know something about Kanai Ward's ultimate secret, but in order... But as a trade of sorts to get that information will help her with a detective job. And Shinigami is being really weird about everything. Because Kurumi is a girl. I don't know the reasoning. Don't ask me why she's doing that, but she is, and we just have to deal with it. Or we don't, because we're skipping the dialogue, so it's almost as if she never said it in the first place, which would be preferable to whatever this is. Alright, we're going to take the bus to Etheria Academy. I hope it's pronounced Etheria. A-E-T-H-E-R-I-A, Etheria. Right? Yeah. Here's a play called The Culprit Is Not Among Us. A mystery where 15 trapped people are drawn into a string of murders, unique in that the culprit lies within the audience. I wonder if that is a reference to Danganronpa somehow.
What kind of incident would take place at a school this pristine?
So now we're learning about Kurumi's best friend Aiko, who was found dead about 6 months ago in the school garden. I love the blood, it was really gross.
You're really gonna accept this request?
That whole thing was done during Kurumi's lunch break. So now we have to come back after the, The only person who can help us right now is Desahiko because Fubuki and Halara are busy, Vivia doesn't want to move, and Chief Yako doesn't want us doing any detective work. So, something I didn't tell you about Desahiko because I don't like this part is that he's a bit of a womanizer in that he wants to become a famous musician and/or detective, primarily for the fame he gets from
Where did Desahiko go? Maybe I should ask around
among
and see if
girls
anyone's
his
seen him.
age.
You wanna sneak into an all-girls school that badly?
What we're supposed to do here is ask around to get descriptions of what Desahiko is wearing, what he's doing, and where he is. However, I already know all of those, so I just have to get to him and then talk to him and then say, "Are you Desahiko?" And then he's going to say, "Wow, how do you see through my disguise?" And it's supposed to be you did detective work, but thank goodness I guessed correctly. He's always in the same place, he's always doing the same thing, he's always wearing the same clothes. But it's funnier to pretend that I just guessed completely randomly. I don't actually know what happens if you guess wrong.
Now that I've found Desahiko, All that's left is to head for Etheria Academy.
This is an interesting one. March, the Intersection of Fate is a drama featuring an ensemble cast at a crossroads, 8 unique performances from 4 different perspectives depending on the day. That's a lot. I don't know exactly how much it varies, but I do know that when I was in the 5th grade, my 4th grade classmates put on a play where at 2 different segments, the audience would vote on where the characters go out of 2 options. And that was very interesting, especially because they had to essentially memorize, not essentially, they had to memorize 2 scenes that they would potentially never perform, and they'd have to coordinate which scene is which. Anyway, so now Yasuhiko is going to disguise himself as a teacher that just walked by, and disguise Yuma as just in the school uniform. Like, Yuma is not impersonating anyone in particular. He's just I don't know how to phrase this. There is a joke that Shinigami makes at some point that he's not going to be winning any races like that, which is a funny reference, but
The theater hall is this way. Follow me,
now
Yuma.
we're going to follow Kurumi to the place where the theater kids go, which I cannot see going wrong for anyone in any way. The name of the teacher Yasuhiko disguised himself as is Hannah, who is an alumnus of the Academy herself. Far away at the bound of the world. That isn't what I said it was. That was the future Earth fantasy thing. It wasn't post-apocalyptic either. Maybe I don't remember this as much as I think I do, but in my defense, I've never seen that play. Let us enter the theater hall and watch the... So what's going on right now is the dress rehearsal for this semester's school play. And we're going to learn about some more people. The blonde in the blue is Karen. The blonde in the yellow is Waruna. The one with the short hair is Yoshiko. And the one with the hair covering her eye in the tracksuit is Kurame. And they're all members of the theater club, obviously, and Kurumi joined the theater club to investigate Aiko's death, and she thinks that at least one of those 4 people are involved in Aiko's death, and they all don't like each other. This theater member calls Yuma a cutie, and there are a couple little nods like that, which are always nice. Kurane, the loading screen tip says Kurane likes heavy metal choir. The nun from the church is makes heavy metal choir music and is inventing the genre of death metal choir, which the student, who I already forget which one, also likes. Anyway, this is Yasuhiko embarrassing himself, but gets pushed off the stage by students because it's funny, and also because this is... The dress rehearsals are treated like actual performances. So now, we get to watch the entire play, which, in universe, is going to take a pretty long time. So you don't actually have to know basically anything about this play other than Karen and Waruna are playing princesses who are sisters, the princesses of the same country, and one of them has to leave because there's a revolution and the other stays and gets put on the throne. We're about 15 minutes in, and then Yoshiko finally arrives and takes her usual spot right in the front edge of the audience, because she always likes watching the performances. We are now 30 minutes in, and they have swords. Like, they might be sword fighting each other. But, alas, they can't do that to each other. They're sisters. They love each other. As sisters do. Shinigami is talking in her sleep because she fell asleep because she was bored, because she's been watching this play for over 30 minutes. So the time has come for one of the princesses to be crowned queen. And 45 minutes in, they get this tray of wine glasses that were upside down on the tray the whole time. And Karen uncorks the bottle, pours wine into both glasses, and then takes a little vial of poison out of her pocket. And she is going to poison one of the glasses. And so now Wataru's character is going to swap around the vials, and then Karen's character is going to swap around the glasses. And I said vials because I'm thinking of Trivia Murder Party, where this is a minigame. So they're going to swap around the glasses so nobody knows which one has the poison in it. So it's up to chance. So now they're going to make a toast to each other. Karen selects this glass. Lana selects the other glass. Their characters, I never bothered to learn the characters' names. Natasha. And, what's the other one? Will show up soon. A Natalie. What kind of a name is a Natalie? Like, it's not Natalie, it's Anatoly. Anyway, so Natasha coughs up blood after. So I guess her glass was the one that was poisoned, but she actually coughs up blood and then just falls on the stage, and everyone was like, "That wasn't supposed to happen." So the play gets canceled, and oh no, there's been a murder. This is the second Spike Chunsoft game I've played where they have to put on an in-universe performance. And like in Danganronpa 2, there was a movie parody of The Wizard of Oz that was intentionally horrible. This play was a chore to sit and read through, but I did end up fast-forwarding through it. So, investigation time. So, no external injuries. It's likely she died from poison.
Yep.
Glasses were upside down. They're kept in storage as props at least an hour before the performance. The wine bottle actually has grape juice in it. It was bought by Kurumi, and it was unopened before. The poison vial doesn't actually hold any liquid very well, so there wasn't actually any liquid in it. Karen just pretended to pour its contents into the glass. I don't remember
My
where
place is
I'm
among the
going.
gentry, so these don't suit my palate.
I shouldn't be moving right now. I can investigate this first. Nobody actually knows what the, Why does it keep doing that? Because I'm holding R. Kodane was up on the catwalk with another member of the lighting crew the whole time. Morana was and Kaden were on stage the whole time. And Yoshiko was You can see the glasses from the catwalk, but uh-oh. We're out of time. Peacekeepers are here already. That was a short investigation. Anyway, who do you think did it? Martina doesn't care. She'll arrest somebody. They are accusing Kurumi for some reason. They found a bottle of poison in the chemistry lab, and we think that was used to kill Karen. However, there's a label on the side of the bottle that the poison oxidizes 30 minutes after the container is opened. There's no way to prevent this process, and after it's oxidized for 30 minutes after it's oxidized, the poison is completely neutralized.
Hey, stop.
So Martina tasted the poison and nothing happened. The girl that called you a cutie again. Alright, first we're going to disguise as Yoshiko. And so Destiko, disguised as a teacher, is going to take us to the bathroom, and we are going to change our clothes and impersonate Yoshiko. And that way we'll be able to discover things that people would be more privy to telling Yoshiko than some random girl they've never seen before who technically doesn't actually go to their school. So it's investigation time, number 2.
A perverted cross-dressing detective
Shinigami
appears.
is not very nice still.
A
because you
pervert
think I
detective
would not
roaming
want to call,
around.
even if I were under these ridiculous circumstances.
You're so oblivious, Master. And a creeper, too.
The lighting staff noticed that Kurane didn't do anything suspicious while she was up on the lighting. So Wada and Kurane are being very hostile to Yoshiko. So that's a little suspicious behavior. This water gun prop is so weird, especially in version 1.0 by now. Because you get it as a solution key only when you investigate as Yoshiko. But I found that if you investigate as Kurane first, then Yoshiko, you don't have to investigate the water gun in order to finish the thing. Good, I forgot to talk to that. I guess I never did this. There was glass missing from the container of 4. Only 2 were used, and then we found the last one in Yoshiko's locker. So that's the investigation done as Yoshiko. That was the line. Shinigami says, "Getting addicted to drag, are you? I don't think you're going to be winning any races." Which I think is a funny joke. Waiting for Goku. The story revolves around the friends of someone named Goku waiting for him to return. I believe that is a parody of... I don't know anything about Waiting for Godot. I even forgot the name until I was in the middle of that sentence. So now we are impersonating Wadana. And if you are having trouble keeping track of everyone's names, don't worry, I was too. It always takes me a few days after getting a new video game to learn all of the characters' names. And this game does not do me any favors by having so many new characters introduced every single chapter. Some who we continue to see for the rest of the game, some we never see again. And there's no way to know, other than play the game and confuse yourself about who is who.
Should I?
Those theater students are whispering to each other. We don't know what they're whispering about because they noticed our presence.
This would end.
I do not know why you have to look at the water gun as all 3 people. Like, it's not even important to the case. Real Warana is just moved there, so we get to go to make her run and talk to the people that she was talking to. Someone took Karen's script. Now there's the confusion of there being 2 Wadanas, which is funny. Anyway, that's the end of that investigation, and we have 1 more investigation to do. Now we have to disguise ourselves as Kurane. Kurane is the one who looks like the heavy metal choir and death metal choir. see exactly what I did and did not need to investigate. I ended up doing this section a lot, so I'm really good at this movement for not the best. Well, I won't say it's a bad reason, but or no reason, but I am pretty good at this movement just because I've done it so much. Okay, so Yoshiko won't talk to her. We go in the makeup room, we just get yelled at to leave. Which I feel like was the same thing that happened when we were Yoshida. Staff room, Rafael Kurene's in the staff room, and it's funny to see yourself, but
You're still not done.
our manager doesn't talk to you either. She only really talks to Yoshiko. Okay. So now we talk to the costume person who tells us something, I think. There's no pockets in the dresses, so there was nothing for them that they could hide anything under. So now we're telling this person to count to 100 and then get me from the staff room. Get the real Kurene from the staff room. And so now we get to go back to the staff room and that is such a funny way of doing things.
Let's take a break.
She ignores you. They also ignore you, which means we can hear what they were saying, and they think it's Warrena.
You don't get it?
A bunch of eye drops in Kurene's locker. It's kind of a nice idea to do this, to put the spotlight on the things separately, on the wine glass separately. Remember the spotlight hit one and then the other, and that was cool. Apparently, Iko has food poisoning, or at least that he did. But in reality, he gets fatigued from using the the power of disguise is really funny and not really explained, which makes it even funnier. Also, Iko felt some feelings by holding your hand. Take that as you will. So now we are Martina Electra, and we have the funniest walking animation ever created. So now we're going to go outside and talk to a chubby peacekeeper, who, the game's words, not mine, and he will tell us about Aiko. And we're also going to do a little more investigation besides. Why does she run like that? Or why does Yuma run like that when impersonating her? This is the guy we need to talk to. He has a picture of Aiko. Her shoes were found on the roof, so it was assumed that she jumped to her death. But, Shinigami knows where to go, or just wandered around and by chance ended up at the chemistry lab where the poison was taken from, remember? So, let's do this guy.
If we used it.
The poison was only on the victim's glass, and it was not found in the wine bottle. The paintbrush is wet. I don't know why there's a paintbrush in the chemistry lab. So now we're going to staff room. For next thing we know, it's
This...
Time for a little break.
that. I wrote the wrong name. Okay, I need to remember to. So everyone has some kind of photo with Ico, and that's kind of interesting. I got lost. I'm going to get lost. But I didn't practice this movement as much as the ones added with the students. The routing. I'm sure if you're watching this video, you know at least a little bit about routing. So now let's go back to Destahiko. I'm sure he's doing fine. That felt like more than 5 loading screen tips. Oh, hello. We were so careful to avoid doing this as the students, but instead we do this as the Peacekeeper. So we think fast, and we ask for help, and we call her the imposter, and she calls us the imposter, and she has a weapon, so she's detained, and we run out of there. And so we run into the theater, not towards the exit, we run away from the exit. And then we get cornered, because we did not run to the exit. Again, we are threatened with excessive violence. People are surprised, everyone is here, even Rumi. Stop saying Yuma's name, especially when he's in disguise. We go into the backpack and make weird noises. Surprise, boys. She recognizes us from the Nocturnal Detective Agency and still threatens us with violence. So Destahiko just rushes her and attacks her, and it doesn't really work. I don't know what he thought would happen. But Shinigami was also called to help. And so time has once again been stopped. Destahiko is coming with us. and he's going to make weird comments about Shinigami that I am going to ignore, because I have to. Down the rabbit hole we go. Nice split time. Monomichi, I believe, is a Danganronpa reference as well. Specifically Danganronpa 2, where you do kind of phrasal Monomi Tamagotchi type thing with all virtual. Because the mode of a video game. I'm running out of things to talk about. Can you tell? I barely talked about anything that happened during the investigation. So, Yasuhiko wants to get with Shinigami for not mystery-solving purposes, and she's going to make him jealous by doing the Dance of Blades. Swords Dance, I think it is. Raises your attack by 2 stages. Almost everyone can learn it. So here we are in the labyrinth. And now we have the mystery we are solving today is the murder of Karen with the poison. And so we have to figure out who determined that the pellet with the poison is in the chalice from the palace, while the vessel with the darn it! You know what I was referencing. If you don't, why? Please watch that movie, it's so funny. So, we get to see Martina as a mystery phantom, setting fire that you may recognize if you play other games, to something. We're gonna get one more tutorial type thing. I don't know why the tutorials aren't showing up. I clicked new game. I actually do know why the tutorials are showing up, because I beat the game and then click new game. But, she's just gonna say things and we have to repel something that can be repelled and press further. Okay. Clear who the culprit is. What do you mean by that? Could you elaborate?
The truth is already apparent. The culprit must be Kurumi. Prior to the performance, she switched the wine with the juice. At that moment, she mixed in the poison to commit the crime.
A big thing about this trial is that the poison expires 30 minutes after you open it, and Karen was killed 45 minutes into the play. So anyone who has an alibi for the play the whole time, for being in the room, couldn't have gotten the poison from the chemistry lab, because they wouldn't have been able to transport the whole bottle without being caught. The bottle was still in the chemistry lab. So now the mystery phantom has turned into Karen, and she is saying, I poisoned myself, which doesn't make sense because that's not possible. Yeah, that makes no sense. If you wanted to really die on stage, why did you do it during the dress rehearsal and not the final, not an actual performance? Like, you know? That was like 9 loading screen tips. What? That's such a weird thing to change in a patch. I should be paying more attention to the game so I can tell you what's happening. I think the lights went out or something? I don't know. Anyway, now we're in a class? Not in a classroom, but we have one question, and that question is how. So we have 3 doors that we can enter in any order, but I'm going to do this one first because that's the first one in my notes.
Jeez.
Shout out to the Gay Ben Pride
Everywhere we
flag
go
on those
is
TVs
mega
on the walls
creepy.
and the ceiling.
Is there somewhere we can take a break?
Rest wherever you want. In fact, you can rest for all of eternity. Anyway, how did the culprit get the victim to choose the glass with poison in it? The glasses were mixed around on stage, after all.
Would you mind telling me the
Now we're
sequence of
retelling
events that
Desi Go
happened
how
when the
the
glasses were
duel
shuffled?
Poison Cups was
It's
done.
no fair otherwise.
I don't know about being fair, but here's exactly what happened.
Fast forward this, can't skip this.
The Duel of Poisoned Cups scene began around 45 minutes into the performance. At the start, the victim, Karen, brought the glasses and bottle from the shelf that's on the set. Karen then took out the poison vial from her pocket and poured it into one of the glasses. But the vial was just a prop. It didn't have any real poison in it. After that, the glasses were shuffled.
Marta also drank from her wine glass, and
Hey,
there was a
are you
report
sure
that
that
said
only the
that
glass
only that
Cotton
glass
took
had
had poison in it?
So
Isn't it possible both of them were poisoned?
Warrena drank from the other glass and didn't die. That has to mean only Cotton's glass had the poison.
Then how did the culprit get Karen to pick the glass with the poison? Well, maybe the culprit wasn't after Karen specifically. They didn't care who wound up drinking the poison.
I'm not sure about that. I think Cotton absolutely was the
can you
target.
do a donation during this? Possibly.
Anyway, the 2 glasses got shuffled, right? So the odds were 50-50. Maybe she just relied on luck. If she hit her target, perfect. If not, who cares?
I doubt it.
But it's impossible to get the victim to pick a specific glass after shuffling them. Man, why did the culprit even do this? It's way too much trouble to pull off a murder in the middle of a performance.
That's it. Maybe there's a reason why it had to be done during the play.
Huh? What do you mean?
It's so funny whenever the floor just opens up and fall through. Cutton was told to pick the glass and spotlight kits first. And she wrote it in her own script.
It's not.
According to the lighting crew, Kurane didn't do anything weird, so she couldn't have put the poison in. And she was there the whole time, so she couldn't have gotten the poison either.
That sword sure is sharp, Yuma. Can you cut through anything with it?
The solution blade is effective on anything inside the mystery labyrinth. Anger Master, and I'll cut you in half.
Don't do it, Yuma! You and I are pals, aren't we? My man!
I'd never do anything like that.
Yeah, I know that. I just had a gut reaction to what she said, you know?
We could have threatened him into becoming Master's loyal slave.
Oh no, a dead end. That stinks. We once again zoom back to the 3 doors room. Go through the red door next.
So, our goal here is to answer the question, how was the poison brought to the theater hall? Speaking of, where did the poison used in the murder come from?
The chemistry lab in the school. It's a highly toxic experimental chemical.
Why not just take it from the chem lab and keep it hidden in your clothes or something?
The chemicals bottle was huge, so it's difficult to carry around in secret.
Then they must have swapped the containers and brought it to the theater. That's gotta be it.
So the paintbrush that we found on the floor was used to paint poison onto the glass. And then the glass was
At least
switched
we
out
now know how
for
the poison was brought in.
the other one.
The culprit used a paintbrush from the chemistry lab and directly applied the chemical onto the backup glass.
Yeah, if it's the same kind of glass as the prop on stage, it could be brought into the theater without suspicion.
But the chemical is only lethal for 30 minutes, right? Even if it was prepared before the performance, it takes about 45 minutes before the Duel of Poison Cup scene. That's way too late!
Right, so how about that, Yuma?
Hang on. There is one person who could have brought the poison in before it expired.
Yoshiko could have brought the poison to the stage. She arrived about 15 minutes into the play.
Hey, you can't get away that easy! My master loves hunting down prey on the run!
I'm not a dog!
She ran away, so we have to go after her.
As a production assistant, Yoshiko always had a bag with her. In it, she carried the glass with poison brushed on. The glass would be small enough to fit in the bag, and even if someone saw it, she could say it's just a prop.
I see. So she prepared for the murder while in her role as a production assistant.
I'll be direct with you. Only you could have brought the poison. Oh, let's go! No, no, no! I'm not the culprit! Yoshiko took the poison glass. And pushed out the glass on the shelf. Secretly in the dark.
All this is making me scared of women. I wish Shinigami would comfort me.
Oh, but I'm committed to Master.
Oh, damn it! I should give up my memories and sign a pact with the Death God too, then! Quick, Yuma! Punch me in the back of the head as hard as possible!
Let's not.
Oh, come on, another dead end? So we should have done the third one.
So, we're gonna solve the mystery of how was the poison mixed into the glass. Actually, I was thinking about that. Maybe it's wrong to think the poison was in the glass itself.
Yeah, the Peacekeeper said the same thing.
The poison was only found on the victim's glass.
Oh, right! If that's the case, it narrows down the possibilities for how by a lot.
But don't let your guard down. Unriddling a mystery labyrinth is never so simple.
Why is the glass set on stage before the performance? And when was the poison placed in the glass during the performance?
So the poison trick was actually set up during the performance.
The poison is effective for 30 minutes, but the Duel of Poisoned Cup scene occurred 45 minutes into the play. Which means the only way the poison could be used was during the performance.
But that glass was on stage the whole time, wasn't it?
True, the set was fixed an hour before the play, and the glasses were already set on the shelf by then.
So the culprit slipped the poison in while everyone was watching.
No, not this again. Couldn't have shot the wine. She couldn't have used the water gun to shoot the poison into the glasses because the glasses were upside down the whole time.
She had a chance to add the poison herself. She knows to the sharp and unseen. Her bag was the cotton and the onions. She added the poison from her pocket.
Oh, come on.
It is possible. All it would take is practice. You could mix in the poison in a matter of seconds.
Also, I learned that you can stall in the air.
She had a chance to add the
But I
poison herself.
forgot to do that.
She knows to the sharp and unseen.
I forgot to do that
Her
again.
bag was the cotton and the onions. She added the poison from her pocket.
Ah, stop it.
It is possible. All it would take is practice. You could mix in the poison in a matter of seconds.
When it is.
She had a chance to add the poison herself. She knows to the sharp and unseen.
Her bag
The cotton and the onions. She added the poison from her pocket.
She couldn't have added the poison from her pocket. The dresses don't have pockets. Also, I think it's hilarious that the doors are shaped like calculators. What's really interesting is that the one that takes place in the school is not the only chapter in which the doorways are shaped like calculators.
What if I use my disguise to get new information out of the three of them?
It's no use. I already did that during the investigation.
I really hope that was a
you
well-timed
did, huh?
boost.
But your disguise ability is incredible. It's like I was a completely different person. Makeup is one thing, but my voice and stature match too.
I use a voice changer to synthesize a new voice. If I've heard it even once, I can easily set it up. I use tape to make your body appear thinner, or add padding for the opposite effect. Height can be adjusted by messing with your joints.
How do you mess with
Up to a
someone's
certain
feelings
point.
enough to change their height?
There are limits, given how it strains the body.
The more you explain it, the more it sounds like you could commit a lot of crimes pretty easily.
If I'm being honest, I must resist my urges every single day. It's a daily battle to tame the monster inside me.
Desuhiko, that sounds more weird than cool.
What's that in the distance? It's another dead end. That was a lot of nothing. I guess that means we can't figure out the culprit by
Anyway,
figuring out how the poison is left. We need a new perspective. Oh, I don't like this. Instead, we're gonna figure out why. Okay, so this is difficult to look at.
Before we figure out
You're
the culprit's
sensitive
motive,
to motion
what kind of
sickness.
person was
You
Karen
might want
anyway?
to look away from the screen
Was
until I
she
tell
cute?
you that it's safe
yes.
to look
But
again.
more
Because
importantly,
this
she was
is
next in
not
line to be star of the theater
good.
club.
I don't like this.
She was
Please stop.
considered to be the best actress among the club's current members.
So the culprit was envious because she was so popular. They killed Karen so they could become the star instead.
No, I don't think it's that simple.
Hey, who are you calling simple?
6 months ago, the leading member of the theater club also died in a separate case.
Top actresses dying one after another? Is their club cursed or something?
The name of the student who died was Aiko. Her death was ruled a suicide by jumping off the school, but Kurumi doubted that was the case.
Kurumi, huh? She's alright.
All right. Anyway, I doubt it's a coincidence for people to die in such quick succession. This case may have been triggered by Aiko's death.
So if we find the truth behind Aiko's death, maybe we can figure out the motive in
We're
this
not out of the
case.
metaphorical woods yet, but I can see the
Truth
end
behind Aiko's
of this
death.
hallway doing things hallways. Okay. There's just a cue that. Look now.
Hey, look!
I did not remember that from this map. What are we doing? It's like Echo's death had to be a homicide. She was murdered in the flower bed by a brick, not by poison. And the person who murdered Aiko has to be Karen.
I can tell Aiko's death wasn't a suicide from the evidence photos.
But do you have evidence that Karen did it?
If Aiko didn't die from jumping,
Karen's
Karen's testimony makes her
found
highly
Aiko's body
suspicious.
and said she heard,
She said she heard something
fall,
and
so
went to inspect it.
I get it.
implied that Aiko
Hearing
fell,
a sound that
but
never happened means she's obviously lying. Karen lied. And the reason why she lied?
She made it appear like Aiko jumped. If that's the case, then the one who killed Aiko is Karen.
what a view. Right. They're all connected somehow. And how they're all connected is going to lead to the culprit, I hope. So now we figure out how these things are all related.
Try to solve it, lickety-split!
This is where I think it starts
That's right! Go, go, go!
being too fast, and I prefer to have the one that slows it down.
Wait!
But, you know. Zoom all the way to the moon, or at least back to the Three Doors room, which actually has a fourth door in the ceiling. Timeline. First, the poison was brought to the theater hall, then it was mixed into the glass, and then she chose the glass. That seems like a reasonable timeline of events.
Yoshiko sat on the right edge of the front row close to the wings, where the act...
So, Yoshiko got the glass.
Behind that door is the Hoover.
Got the poison, put it in the glass.
We finally
Then
made
put
it.
the glass on stage.
It's
Karen
time
got
to
the
end
glass
this,
from the
Master.
stage and replaced it with the other glass. And then Korene kept track of which glass was poisoned and directed Karen to take it, which means all three of them worked together to commit this murder. And now it is time for the best part of the Mystery Labyrinth. I do appreciate how in this segment each person corresponds to different obstacles. I think that's pretty cool. So they say that they don't like each other and there's no bond between them, but in truth, all three of them are friends with Aiko, just like Kurumi. Cutting each other. How tragic. Happy 4 hours of speedrun. We are halfway there. Yuma is contemplating whether solving the crime and reaping the souls is the right thing to do, but his job is not to do what's right, it's to find the truth. Unfortunately, sometimes there's a difference according to some people.
Step right up! Step right up!
So once again, a good time for donations. But unfortunately, I don't have any. Women are terrifying, Meg. That was so much faster than if I were just to sit here mashing the A button. I'm so glad I don't have to do that anymore. I don't actually have record splits, so I have no idea how we're doing on time, but we're halfway done, both in terms of the number of chapters and the length of the run.
We put up, didn't we?
And much similar to what happened in Chapter 1, Shinigami is going to possess the recently deceased body of Yoshiko and confess to the crime. Some loading screen tips will tell you about other master detectives, such as the Omen Detective, who has the forte to predict the future, although it's very limited in range. Look over there! Or, wait, now we go, yeah. Look over there! So, just like last time, Shinigami as Yoshiko is explaining the full crime, which means Kurumi will be exonerated. Hooray! We all get to live except for the culprits. This is a unique scene transition. Doesn't really happen that often. I don't know why it happens when it does. When someone's arrested, especially by Yomi Hills Melee, he gives an incorrect version of the Miranda rights speech. He says, "You do not have the right to remain silent. You do not have the right to a lawyer." And in Kane Ward, you don't. If you're arrested, you get interrogated until you admit guilt or are disposed of earlier anyway. Alright, so Kurumi is an informant. In fact, she's Kane Ward's only informant. She took over the job for her grandfather after he disappeared. And she informs us that Kane Ward's ultimate secret has something to do with scientific research to create a homunculus. In this game, at least, a homunculus is some kind of immortal monster, and we're not told anything else about that. The coat that Kurumi wears was a gift from her grandfather to celebrate her entering high school. I think high school. Chief Yako is so angry he put on a lisp. This is the only time in the game he does this. Uh-oh. So our sub got torpedoed, and that is not good. We find out that it was Martina's doing, and Yomi's not pleased with this because she didn't use enough force. So he's going to put her, a grown adult woman, into some machine that can compress anything up to 50 kilograms into a small cube. Because she didn't use enough firepower in her torpedo that blew up a submarine with I can't count. With 6 detectives in it. Where's the door? Here's the door.
Where are we?
So we're in this place, and I picked the wrong door. Oops. And we're meeting someone else, I think. Although, who that is, we'll have to wait till chapter 3.
Someone's dream on the street corner.
Chapter 3. No longer a detective. This guy is the masked man, although we soon find out his name is Makoto Kagutsuchi. The mask is a family heirloom of sorts. He wears it because anyone who sees his face goes crazy. Because his family is possessed by demons or something. I don't know, I don't care. So we're gonna hide from peacekeepers behind this couch. Because every hiding spot you're given works, and it's really funny. You can hide in the kitchen, and you can hide in the room that we were just in. So Makoto is the CEO of Amaterasu, and technically Yomi's higher up. And it seems that the two of them don't like each other for some reason. Makoto says to Yuma, if you meet number 1, tell him his son is in trouble, which is a bit cryptic, and he doesn't know anything about homunculi, or he doesn't recognize the word. A lot of umbrellas have incidents involving electromagnetic something. That was pretty funny.
I wonder what happened to Fuzzhead and the others.
We don't know what happened to any of the other detectives.
They're fine.
Yuma
They must
was
be.
found in the river, but everyone else was not. This chapter, we get Guillaume's Lucky Fortune Telling. Now, the big peacekeeper bad guy this chapter is named Guillaume Hall, who is a very small girl who is very loud and not very nice. And she likes fortune telling, but she always gives people bad fortunes. But in the loading screen tips, the fortunes are all silly. So for example, if you're a Libra, then you should carry 100-gram weights with you, and then you'll get good luck. There's one for every zodiac sign, including the secret 13th zodiac sign that I don't remember the name of. But the one for that is just like, is that even a sign? And the answer is no, it's not. Murnawan Bank uses state-of-the-art safes to keep your stuff safe. Wrong button. That's a different section. I don't know who that was.
Who was that? And why did they run when they saw me?
Who cares? It's not like you're gonna figure it out by standing around here thinking about it. Shouldn't you be worried about Fuzzhead and the others?
That's right. I have to get to the agency.
That would be faster when you get to the agency, but I'm not too bothered by the route I'm taking. All the Virgos out there, get your hands on a cursed diamond, deal with the curse yourself. Can you believe this used to be a submarine? Anyway, now we're getting approached by a white van and we get thrown in it and put to sleep or something. So we have been kidnapped, so Yuma's just got a lot going on right now.
Where am I?
There's another
Can't
one,
get out through the
Master.
vent, it's too small and too high up. Can't get out through the door because it's not gonna open. Shinigami doesn't remember a lot of her previous hosts, but there was someone who was like, oh, there was someone who was like, I want to eradicate all mysteries. A big impact on her. Anyway, this guy exists. He's a member of the Resistance. He is working against Amaterasu Corporation. Yuma says he is not a kid.
Is it really okay to
Don't
follow
know how
him?
old he is.
Master, stop being so indecisive.
For all the Scorpios out there, watch your head get trampled and become a star. For all the Geminis out there, a trip into an alternate dimension bring you closer to something you didn't get to finish reading. So now we are going to follow
Our
this
dream is
guy
to change Doya District scenery.
into
We want to help
the
the
Resistance
poor smile
hideout.
again. We call ourselves the Resistance, but
However,
it would be
according
better
to
for
this
everyone if
dialogue,
things
he
could get
does
resolved
not
without
like
a fight.
fighting.
I doubt the peacekeepers feel the same way, though. They're always striving to crush us. That's why we armed ourselves and prepared to fight back. We don't know when this fight will end. We don't know if we'll still be able to smile when it does. We may not have the answers, but we have to keep fighting. We were born and raised here, after all.
Did you tell us his name yet?
Our goals and aspirations differ, but we're kinda like friends in that regard.
Master, you're a professional loner, so you don't need any friends.
What's a professional loner?
30 day lookout in the hideout. But we have this guy with us, so we can go into. This guy is the leader. For all the Capricorns out there, you'll have better luck when the weather clears up. Lakanai Ward is rainy all the time. For all the Cancers out there, just give up. Better luck next life. For all the Pisces out there, pick a fight with a shop owner and jump into the sea. A lovely encounter awaits. All those are fun and good, but it's time to meet some new characters. These are the other members of the Resistance. And they're playing Revolution, the funniest card game to play when you're part of a resistance movement.
Anyway,
So
let's try
this
talking to
is
everyone.
Servan, who does the computer's stuff. This is Icardi, who is a professional swimmer and does deliveries. This is Iruka, who is a scary person and likes guns and wants to use you as target practice. And this old man is Margalaw, who does the finances. And the leader is named Shachi.
Every
But unfortunately, we're not joining the Resistance because we want a detective instead. However, we will take on a job. They're whispering to each other, and that can't be anything good. So let's don't tell anyone, but we're gonna eavesdrop.
Hey, maybe you can hear them.
So their safe is made by Amaterasu Corporation, ironically enough. However,
Master, hurry up and run!
wait, where are we going?
There has to be someplace I can escape to. I have to hurry before I'm found.
We can't really escape by going down here. It's just a parking lot.
There's no escape!
We can't escape down the stairs because there's the security camera. And it's too late, we can't escape. Shachi's here, and he's concealing a weapon. And he wants to trade information. He's going to tell us a little bit about the homunculus research, and we're going to help him with a request. So we have agreed to the request, and we're going to talk to Servan to
I'm so glad you weren't killed, Master.
learn more about the request. There's still a few Chusis around. Shouldn't we go back to just 12 Zodiacs? For all the Aquariuses out there, buy this jar for good luck. It's only 5 million Shen. Bargain. Where's the exit? It's right there.
I ended.
So we got a wrist transceiver.
I wonder what kind of murders are happening in Maranamon District. I can't wait to find out.
I forgot what I was saying. For all the Aries out there, big trouble if you don't carry around a used disposable camera exposed to light. But we are going to the new Marunamon district,
That way?
which we have not
Maybe
been to
this way?
before. And we're going to set up some cameras so we can capture the evil deeds done by the Peacekeepers, and then use that as evidence to get more people for the Resistance. Prove that the Peacekeepers are not doing good things to the lovely citizens of Comet. That is the power plant. It uses the
Where's that
rainwater
phone booth Servan was talking about?
from the rain to power nearly the whole city, I think. Because unfortunately, as much as I love solar panels,
busy-looking people
they
in
don't
Marmon
exactly
District.
work when it's been raining every day nonstop for
you
3
might have
years.
forgotten because of your amnesia,
You know?
but this is what people look like when they're working. You owe them and me an apology for that careless remark.
Why do I have to apologize to you?
Here is the phone booth that we get to set up our camera at. Ignore the person with the umbrella, he's not going to hear us. I don't know. Alright, for this we do have to talk to everybody, even though some of them are less helpful than others. But we're going to ask around for if they've seen Chief Yako and the others. That guy was talking about Cafe in Gima District. Woman was just talking about the bank, I think she worked there. This person hasn't seen anyone.
Let's hear what other people have to say.
This person has been watching the river and just hasn't seen anyone in it.
Maybe you should throw some more questions out there.
Good. And then this final person over here works at the power plant. But no one's really seen anything except for the person in who talked to us about the Cafe in Gima. So let's go to the Cafe in Gima and see if we can find anyone. For all the Sagittariuses out there, sea turtle soup is the chef's choice. Get to a restaurant and slurp some up later. For all the Leos out there, wearing some lion fur might be the key to avoiding a tragic fate. For all the Tauruses out there, if you don't repent on the roof of an abandoned building, you will die. And there's no way I've gone through all 12 already. Or all 13, apparently. So we want to set it up at the bus station across from the cafe, but there are too many people at the cafe. So I wonder why the cafe is so packed. And here's our answer. Turns out Fubuki got a job here. So we're going to explain to Fubuki that we need her to go away, and it turns out she's just serving coffee from the hotel across the street. And she's getting everyone to leave by saying there's a cafe across the street that serves way better coffee, and they're all following her, and I think that's very, very funny.
Now's the best time to set up the...
the Clogford family are in charge of managing the world's time standards for both calendar holidays and clock time, like ours.
This way!
This camera needs to be adjusted a little bit, so we're gonna wait under this
Let's
overhang.
wait under the overhang for
hotel.
Servan to get in touch.
And we're going to talk to Fubuki for a bit, except I'm not going to talk about anything. Move it faster. Where is it? Is it the Theory Academy? That is where the final camera needs to be placed. I'm bad at remembering what all the zodiacs are, so I don't remember if we've done all of them or not. Okay, so don't panic, but there was an explosion at Maronamon District. And that's bad. No one was hurt, but might have been some property damage, you know?
That explosion just now, where did it take place?
I think it was the phone booth. I know where that is, so follow me.
Those aren't supposed to do that.
I smell a case!
So, the bomb exploded as a call to action for the resistance, I guess. Anyway, this is Guillaume Hall and her partner Dominic, Full Tank, and he doesn't talk, he just grunts, and she talks enough for at least both of them, and they are labeling Yuma as a terrorist because he was blamed for this bomb, and so he is now public enemy number 1, and that is not a good thing.
If I can just talk to Shachi, he would understand.
There was a
It has to
typo.
be stopped.
Master, you are so
When
naive.
at some point
You were
Shinigami
set
said
up.
wait, and it was supposed to be capitalized,
I'm
and
sure
it was not.
Shachi had his
So,
reasons.
Haha.
This is why people keep taking advantage of you. Wow! You must be quite famous to be shown on such a big screen, Yuma.
It's not that I wanted to be a wanted criminal. What the heck is going on here?
Sneaking around like this is the essence of adventure. I am all fired up, Yuma.
Really? I'm terrified about
He is
being
all fired up.
discovered.
Probably a reference to Spyro the Dragon. Or at least his appearance in Skylanders.
faster. It looks like that resistance woman hates your guts. Careful, or you'll become full of lead.
So, Kabuki's forte is the ability to turn back time. But usually no one else notices unless they're using coalescence. So she saved us from getting shot in the ear. Hide behind the barrels and that plant. Where did you get a plant? Kabuki keeps saying everyone else has not survived, but Yuma doesn't believe it. I was considering doing some kind of donation thing where, based on the how many of the fortunes I saw, I would donate, but I definitely think I've already seen
It looks like the Peacekeepers have forced
all five, or all five. Where'd I get 5? All 13 things. Because there are like 9 loading screen tips per loading screen, and there are so many loading screens. Why are there so many loading screens? We haven't even been 26 minutes. We're only now getting to this part of the chapter. Loud sound warning. Well, maybe I fast forwarded it. There was a gunshot. Shot you dead. And there was another explosion. But there's still time left on the, there's still time left on our timer, so wasn't the other camera bumps that we set up? So this gun was made specifically for Shachi, and most guns open to the... I don't remember. Shachi's gun opens the opposite way to most guns. Can't jump down from there, it's too far. And also there was some kind of explosion in the wall. That's kind of weird. There's an umbrella. Just thought I'd let you know.
Looks
There are electrical lines that you do not want to touch, so you probably wouldn't be able to touch them. And there's a key in the keyhole. And so we finished our investigation, and my screen has frozen again. Come on! Keepers have broken through the door. No right to remain silent, no right to an attorney. Hopefully this doesn't mess up the recording. I think we're good. I don't know what that was about, but we evaded the Peacekeepers. About 15 minutes to disarm the bomb. Go to the Cafe in Yima district where the next bomb is, so that we can defuse it with the Raven test. I don't know how common this is, but when I was in elementary school, I just randomly took this test where I matched shapes and patterns and whatever, and I apparently did well enough that I got to go to a different elementary school, where some of my classmates really struggled and had to study and stuff. I didn't study at all, and I did better than most of them, I guess. So anyway, that's what we're going to be doing to defuse the bombs. It's really silly. Start. That's the correct symbol. Bomb successfully disarmed. Now we have to decide what are they trying to do? Why are they making us do this? And now for the best part of the game. Yuma throws a brick at a cop. If you press any other button or run out of time for the QuickTime event, you throw a soda can and it doesn't do anything, and it's really funny. Wait, what? Kurumi's back! Can't you save the explanation till after you defuse the bomb? Oh, by the way, Marunamon District is completely flooded. So Kurumi's gonna go investigate. Only the resistance leaders know how to open the safe, and the best security measure of the safe is that even after you enter the combination, it takes 5 minutes to open. We learned that Icardi is really good at swimming and diving, the Olympic level. Iruka is an Olympic level shooter, and makes guns and stuff. She and Shachi like to shoot firearms together, and she made his gun that he had on him and he was shot with. Servan likes computers and stuff, and he had a traumatic experience related to swimming and diving, I think. And then Margolov was at his store the whole time and has the security tapes to prove it. And he gave us the tapes so that we can watch them later. And so Margolov probably doesn't know about the whole plot. Really, he's just as surprised as we are. Now we get to cross the street. Well, it's not safe to cross. I don't know why we don't just make a mad dash. I don't know why we have to stop and look at the cars. But if we fail a quick time event, we almost get run over, which is scary. Fortunately, if you do make any mistakes, Fubuki turns back time and asks you to not do that again because it takes a lot of energy out of her. That's also if you pick the wrong option or run out of time during the bomb defusal puzzles. This is the final bomb. Do it. I believe in me. Yay. And now it fell off. I wonder if this is a reference to something. So anyway, now we're going to go to the cafe in the Sun and Moon Hotel and talk to Kurumi about what just happened. Hopefully she'll have something she knows.
She's okay.
Don't stand, sit on a sofa.
So the only person to go up the stairs, according to the security footage that Kurumi got, was Yuma. The reason Marunamont District was flooded was because a bomb went off at the power plant. Oh, I missed one. Heck. That's all the quick time events for now. Probably going to be more in the Mystery Labyrinth and in future chapters.
I've never been on a boat
It's
before!
time to pilot a boat that we've never piloted before and we don't know how to, but Yuma just figures things out really quickly. Which I suppose also does describe all of his detective work, so maybe he just detectived how to use this boat.
That is amazing! Yuma, you know how to pilot a boat? I'm surprised too! You're amazing, Yuma! Well, it's pretty much sunk. Are there sharks and whales in here?
Too fast to crash.
It's not the ocean, so I doubt it.
Crashed again. I'm not good at this. I don't know how to pilot a boat. I don't know how you do it. Watch out for that safe. The safes are so airtight that they float on water. They are made by Amaterasu Corporation. Just like the safe in
Better
the
avoid bumping into the
hideout.
stuff drifting by. Otherwise, we might capsize.
I know, we have no idea if this boat is sturdy or not. That must be the power plant. I'll
Never find out what was in the hideout safe other than the gun. Fortunately, the window's open, so we can just go through it. We're almost done with the investigation for this. We investigate these documents. There were 2 accidents, a malfunction of the valve, and then
Better write this down.
the explosion, I guess. We look at the poster. The door is stuck because there's too much water behind us. Investigation complete. Uh-oh. Now we are rewinding time so far back. As far as we can, really. As far as she can, rather. So, surprise, we were investigated. And so we caught the bad guys off guard. But unfortunately, it's not too far. So Shinigami has been asked for help, and once again we are going to stop time and enter the mystery labyrinth. Fubuki is used to time stopping, so she's not too surprised, and when she sees Shinigami, she's like, "Oh, hi, nice to meet you," because she's adorable. Fubuki, I mean. Down the rabbit hole we go. Fubuki makes a lot of references in this mystery labyrinth. She compares herself and Yuma to Indiana Jones. And I don't know what she thinks Shinigami is, but the two of them just fight about everything, and it's not cute. Also, there's a timer, but it's not a real-time timer. I have a real-time timer. And it says we have 3 hours to do this mystery labyrinth. And I say we have 3 hours to do the rest of the game. Trying to remember if there's 3 hours worth of content in the rest of the game, or if I'm ahead of estimate or behind estimate. Estimate is 8 hours total. And we're right about 5 hour mark. Okay, so for this reasoning deathmatch, the weak spot is comes up immediately. So I need to press lots of buttons really fast. 4 buttons specifically. I need to do hand stretch exercises technically. So, the security camera footage proves that we were not on the roof when the gunshot happened, therefore we could not have shot the gun, therefore we could not have killed him.
By the way, Yuma, why were they accusing you of being the culprit?
Oh yeah, Fubuki, you don't remember the case. There was a murder, and I'm a suspect.
Because
There's no
we
way
have
the warrior
control
of light
over
can
the
be
god
a
of
murderer.
darkness, Yuma is called the warrior of
I
light.
was seen under incriminating
Fubuki continues
circumstances.
to give
Not only was I a suspected terrorist,
Yuma
but I was
more
also spotted next to a
words in his
corpse on the
title,
roof of a
and
building.
it gets
Was there no one else on the roof?
funny, I think.
No one. There was nowhere to hide up there, and no other exits.
Well, that does sound awfully suspicious, Yuma. Things would go much easier if you'd just confess.
I told you I didn't do it!
There's no quick time event or anything for this. There's just a cutscene. Also, I forgot to mention that while we were defusing the bombs and Fubuki was guessing the locations of different of where the next one is, she was describing locations of shrines in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. And that's great. Also really scary to think that Breath of the Wild is so old that games can make references to it from a completely different franchise. Like, as of recording, it's 6.5 years old. Also, forensic fortes do not work in Mystery Labyrinths. So Fubuki cannot use her time powers, whatever they're called. Oh. Might need to say 11. So, Fubuki and Shinigami are arguing about whether Shachi's death was a suicide or a homicide. I think it was homicide. Can't say I'm a fan of doorways shaped like lips. I would much prefer to do the fruit-faced door.
This case had to be a homicide.
There's going to be a fruit-faced door in Chapter 4, I know that
If it was
much.
a homicide,
But,
someone else had to have been on the roof,
Not here,
right?
unfortunately.
But Master, you were on the emergency stairwell, and the peacekeepers were behind the door. Which means no one could have gotten off that roof. How did the culprit shoot the victim and get away? See? If it wasn't a suicide, then what happened? You better explain yourself. Very well, I shall. I completely agree with what Yuma said.
I didn't say anything.
So what do you think, Master?
You mean why I think it's a homicide? I don't really have a solid reason why yet.
What proves that it's a homicide? The gun proves that it's a homicide. Time to lay it all out. Why is the gun different? And how does it prove that somebody other than Shachi killed Shachi? I'm being so dramatic about it. Look how fast this barrel is spinning. Like, I'm not pressing the speed up button. And it only gets faster as the game goes on. if I did have the skill that slowed it down, then it would be about, it would be the same speed that it was in Chapter 1, the whole game. Chachi is left-handed, so his gun was designed for left-handed people because he is one of them. Why did I phrase it like that? Anyway, there's 2 hours left on the timer. Remember when I entered the labyrinth less than 10 minutes ago and there were 3 hours left on the timer? I'm glad this game does not use in-game time, because otherwise I would have spent an hour on that section alone. That would have made my estimate ridiculous. I mean, 8 hours is a ridiculous estimate, but could you imagine if an hour went by in 10 real minutes? I phrased that weirdly. 1, 2. Ruka designed and created the gun to be left-handed, so she must have known that Chachi is left-handed. Love him. Alright, so let's figure out how the culprit was able to escape. Did they go through the door? No, they couldn't have gone through the door. They're peacekeepers. They've gone to the neighboring building? No, there are electric wires above it. They've gone off the edge of the rooftop? No, it's too far down. They have gone down the stairs? No, you would have found them. And another 30 minutes have gone by in the past 4. We're once again punching the memory out of Yuma's head in order for us to find something we didn't notice before, except I did notice it because I knew I was going to be looking for it. Recreation. There's a drain on the ground in the parking lot. I think that's a parking lot. So in this reasoning deathmatch, there's 3 different types of reasoning deathmatch battles. First, we're going to have to repel a statement, then we're going to have to solution blade through a false statement, then we're gonna get something unique. We're gonna get two options, and we have to repel the correct answer. They dove into the drain. Do you know anyone who's good at doving? Because I do.
The culprit opened the storm drain's grates beforehand and
Look at how Fubuki falls. So silly. And yet she somehow lands on her feet.
Chase scenes are common in adventure.
They're all either skill it in any case.
Is it possible?
But if someone tries it, if so.
I don't know why we couldn't fast forward that. I have to mash A. That it's still there in 1.0 right now. That was not like broken in an update. Throw your sword into the tank and then flood the roof of the building you're on? I don't understand it, but I've solved the mystery, and that's the important part. And just like in Chapter 1, we're going to have to process of elimination all the other resistance leaders. Something I did forget to mention is that all the resistance leaders feel particularly betrayed by Amaterasu Corporation. Margalot finances for Amaterasu until he was accused of embezzling to cover up someone else embezzling, and
It's not Margalot!
Then Iruka is the culprit. Iruka knows a lot about handling guns. She killed Shachi! And made it look like suicide!
Shachi worked for Amaterasu by buying real estate for them to use.
It's not Margalot. It's not Iruka. But you still can't say I'm the culprit. The culprit is her mom. He killed Shachi on the roof. And messed with the corpse. Then
Okay, so it's just those two who were mistreated by Amaterasu, but still. There might be a typo coming up. Also, there's 30 minutes left, despite the fact that I've only been in this. Somehow 2.5 hours have passed in-game while I've only been in this labyrinth for 20 minutes, according to my timer. I think my timer's pretty accurate. Oh, they fixed that typo! In 1.0.0, there's no E in purpose. And that's funny. But they fixed that one. I don't think I've ever seen a bomb with a rainbow wire in any other piece of media. Even both Jackbox games where you have to defuse a bomb, Bomb Corp, and then the bonus mini game at the end of Trippy Murder Party, all of those, each wire is only one color.
And the reservoir to
I'm sure it's possible to make a wire that's a bunch of colors, but I've never seen
Perhaps they
anybody
wished
do
to
it
sow chaos throughout
in
the
real life
city.
or in media.
The resistance was challenging the
That's here.
peacekeepers.
Then why not just detonate the bombs? A lot simpler than flooding the place.
If anyone from Jackbox is planning Trivia Murder Party 3,
Their goal was
maybe
to cause chaos.
maybe make a bomb with a
They
rainbow
just
wire
used the bombs.
for fun.
Considering that, the culprit must not have wanted to destroy the place.
So now Icardi is saying things that aren't true about Shachi. He wanted it to be a peaceful revolution, and Icardi is saying he wanted to die and frame the peacekeepers. And that don't make no kind of sense. So we have to it's that time again. And I think somebody ran out of time or something, because this is actually the last time we do it. No other chapter in the game has a Great Onset Destroyer segment. And that's so not cool, because this is fun. I like running really fast and pressing buttons.
That's stupid! No! I can do it! Shut up! Get away from me! That's bullshit! Stop! Shut up! Shut up, shut up, shut up! Damn it all! Go away! Stay away from me! Stop, stop, stop! You're an outsider! What do you know? You have no idea what we went through in the slums! This is a declaration of our beliefs as part of the resistance! We have to defeat Amaterasu Corporation! That's why we plunged the city into chaos! Shachi gave up his own life for that! This is what Shachi wanted! Shachi told me to do it!
So Doya District is a not very financially well-off district. However, the reason Marunamon District was flooded, Yuma thinks, is to make the saves float. And so Icardi would be able to take the saves and the money in the saves and move somewhere else where he would be saved. There's still a Deduction Denouement every chapter, but we couldn't have Great Onset Destroyer. Okay then. I'm not that upset, but like, why? That was a really fast Mystery Labyrinth. This is a really short case. I'm gonna say something, but I forgot what. Fubuki does not have a good sense of scale for money. Like, I don't either, but hers is like orders of magnitude worse than mine is because she thinks an apple costs as much as a car, according to this. I don't think that. I just don't know if a certain amount of money is a lot of money. Guess who shows up to save us from Dominic? It's the gang! And by the gang, I mean our friends, the detectives. We're not actually a gang. Not even a resistance group. If you don't fast forward this cutscene, then you pass this, like, garden place so many times, and it's funny that the scene just loops. Swindle detective. A master detective could turn their advanced skills of deception and cajolery into a forte. This detective was not summoned to come on board. So the reason that we didn't know where anyone else was because Yakko just forgot to tell us where the backup meeting place is if something ever happened to the submarine. We're still a wanted terrorist, remember, but Halara and Fubuki and everyone really are planning on defending us. And so is this guy. I don't know where he got that balloon. I don't know how he got that balloon to do what he wanted it to do. But he is here to save our bacon. Which is good. Because I want Yuma to survive long enough to be able to eat bacon. You know? Makoto is the CEO of Amaterasu, and he wants our help to take down Yomi, because Yomi is not nice to the residents of Kane. Also, he says to go to the riverbank, because there's a surprise there. Surprise! It's another submarine. And this loading screen tip officially confirms the existence of homunculi. The bonus information that Shachi gave us before we accepted, like I don't do commission, so I don't know what it's called, but you like pay the person a little bit before they do it. So we get paid in information and also money, probably. But Shachi told us that Amaterasu Corporation did successfully give us, Amaterasu Corporation did successfully create homunculi, and there are some in Kane Ward right now. But Vivia heard something about that homunculus research. What did he hear?
I wonder what
Let's find
information
out what he heard. He heard that there is a research facility somewhere in Kane Ward. Something about the power of the... I've never been threatened by a box cutter before.
The past, that should have been completely sealed.
Okay, Chapter 4 is when things start getting weird. I mean, things have already been very, very weird, but things are going to continue to get weirder. So if you're too weirded out, I don't blame you if you feel like you've had enough for now. Like, unlike me, you don't have to experience all of this in one continuous 8-hour run.
Alright, time to do some legwork!
Yeah, it sure ain't easy watching over some rookie detective.
So right now we're going around and asking people about the homuncula research. People don't really seem to know anything. That guy just saw something about a secret lab in a movie, which isn't super helpful to us because this isn't a movie, this is real life. Whoever came up with the idea of Shan didn't have a lot of things to compare it to, because at least the monthly rent in Kanai Tower, which is where Makoto was in the beginning of Chapter 3, monthly rent costs as much as a luxury car. 5 million yen is enough for a luxury car. So you could say it costs 5 million yen, or about that much, because I'm sure the car doesn't cost 5 million exactly on the dot. Or maybe it does, I don't know. I wonder if that's how the money scales. But I do think it's very funny that the only things they can compare the value of Yen to is a luxury car, in which I know that I've watched enough game shows to know that there are many different varieties of luxury car. And some of them cost way more money than others. I think I put an extra word in there somewhere. So Makoto is inviting you, us, me, Yuma, to a lab, but only one person can go. So Kurumi can't come with us, and none of the other detectives can come with us, and the chief can't come with us. It's just Yuma and Makoto, and technically Shinigami, but nobody knows about her, so is she really even there? Always fast travel to the riverbank? My notes say you have to go to Doya, then use that to go right to the riverbank. Is there a word for when you're playing a game and you get stuck on a corner like I just did. We're learning a lot about the characters in this. There's Amaterasu Corporation has developed a
There's still some time before the meetup.
payment method called AmaPay. Ama short for Terasu. And they've also made a robot called AmaPal, who it has been shown in advertisements on billboards around the city, and there was even one in the Lost and Found at the very beginning of the game. Vivia's oh come on, my screen froze again. Vivia's catchphrase is, "I want to die someday," which isn't a very nice catchphrase to use, which is why I haven't told you about it yet. But he says that a lot, and it's not nice. He deserves someone who makes him feel better than that.
We should head to Kanai Station and meet up with Makoto.
There's somebody researching AmaPal. His name is Akira. He says, "When my time comes, I want to be by AmaPal's hand," even though that's not really what AmaPal was designed to do or be. Then there's Dr. Huesca, who walks around his lab barefoot because
Maybe he's waiting in a
he
car.
does because the
Let's
time
check
spent
around
putting
the
on
roundabout area.
socks and shoes would be better spent doing research, which I don't agree with because lab safety equipment
Maybe he's in
is
a car.
important, and closed-toed shoes are a very important part of lab safety. The screen froze again. It's back. Okay. So Makoto is a reckless driver who does not have a license, but we are driving to his place of employment anyway because he's the CEO. He can do what he wants. Now he's going to use facial identification. So what I think should happen is that Shinigami goes to the other side of the goes outside the car and looks at him, because I don't think Shinigami would be driven crazy by the face of the demon. Like, even if Yuma was, even if he had the protection or something, if Shinigami offers protection against being driven mad by I don't even remember. Very funny reference to the mascot of the Danganronpa series. I know I did not. I know I pronounced it differently. That's part of the joke, I think. The elevator is really funny. Also, that was another walking auto-scroller. So now we're going to talk to Makoto in an elevator, because that is what everybody likes to do in elevators. Secret Lab is a secret lab. They create weapons or something. Makoto has a bunch of different masks, and sometimes it takes him a long time to choose which mask to put on. Yomi thought he was next in line for CEO, but Makoto took over directly from the other, or from the previous CEO, and Yomi didn't like that, which is why the two are rivals, shall we say. more than 30 minutes to choose the mask. I might have said a different amount of time because, again, it's been a while. But a drone car that will autonomously deliver you called what? I can't even read that. Anyway, here we are. Why are there peacekeepers? That shouldn't happen. Apparently there is an intruder. I don't like metaphors, but that one particularly I don't accept. So there's some competition. Who's gonna catch the intruder first? The intruder is one Fink the Slaughter Artist. And I'm just gonna say the name again so that you can understand the full gravity of who we're dealing with. Fink the Slaughter Artist. So anyway, there's some sort of wager between Makoto and Yomi about whether his people or his people, by which I mean the entirety of the Peacekeepers or Yuma Coco Head, will catch Fink first.
See? It's not some suspicious lab. There aren't any immortal monsters in sight.
I can't tell yet.
Yuma, I'm sure you want to look around the lab, but let's prioritize this issue with Dr.
I will say
Wesker.
that knowing everything that happens related to the characters does not make the name Fink the Slaughter Artist any less funny. Like, everyone jokes about,
let's hurry. Dr. Wesker
say his
should
name,
be
you
in
won't
the
be laughing when he
critical lab
kills
up ahead.
you, but that character was not named Fink the Slaughter Artist. Anyway, this is Amapal. It's very sturdy. Weight can support up to... It can support up to 100 kilograms of weight on its head. It's overall designed to be very, very child-friendly. This is Dr. Wesker. He does not like being bothered by us. His security system is a bit overkill. There's a decontamination chamber, and then there's a chamber with a bunch of toxic gas microbe something or other that there's no way to avoid, and it penetrates even gas masks, possibly even spacesuits. And it doesn't even kill you immediately, so like what's even the point? But it's really dangerous. Then if you survive that, there's a floor thing with a bunch of panels, and if you pick the wrong panel, then you get electrocuted, and the pattern is so advanced that no AI can figure it out, according to somebody. I want you to keep that in mind for later.
For the first time, I think Buzzhead and the Shorty Detective are kinda cool.
Apparently we missed a typo. Between Dr. Huesca's office and when we got captured by Peacekeepers, sometime during there, Yuma starts a sentence with the word toxic, and in version 1.0.0 at least, it wasn't capitalized. So Chief is getting disguised as a Peacekeeper to distract all the other Peacekeepers, so thank you, Chief. That is good.
atmosphere in this gloomy lab. A monster's gonna jump out!
I hope Chief Yako is okay.
Why did she take off her whole peacekeeper getup? Better if she was, So Dr. Wesker just got attacked by stuff. He got attacked by something. Something was up. Something weird happened. So now we have to figure out how to get to him. And I think we should use Amapal to get to him. What do you think?
Master, you
I
gotta
feel
hurry!
like a really small children's cartoon character. Now we're going to learn about Amapal. It can use its arms to push buttons, but the circles on the arms are...
Let's check the intercom again to see if the doctor's doing a...
Amapal can't move its head while the arms are extended as a safety precaution. So now we're going to control Amapal with a, tablet that we were given by the researcher. Kira, that's his name. What was that?
Amapal on the move!
I can press buttons to make things happen, but I don't want to, because I don't know what buttons, or what each one is, and what it sounds like. And also, oh, that's what I was gonna say. The way I'm playing the game, I can't hear the game because my monitor doesn't output sound, and my capture card is delayed. Okay. So this is the puzzle that is so difficult, not even an AI can understand it.
It's all right.
Keep going. Nice work, Master! You figured out the piano room!
We just need to stretch Amapal's arm out to that switch.
Oh? Did you make a mistake with the controls?
Hurry up and press the switch, Yuma!
So we can't move anything else while the arm's extended?
We're in a hurry, but this door is moving so slowly. Yuma, that should be good enough. Hurry up and move Amapal through that crack in the door.
Oh yeah,
Didn't the researcher mention when an arm's extended, no other controls will function?
Sorry for all the
Guess I
sounds
need
you
to
just
pull back
heard.
the arm first.
Now we
I
can
did
move
realize
again.
that.
Hurry, Yuma. Yuma, hurry.
I'm...
Surprise me!
It's back!
Go, go, go! There's something there! Whoosh! I'm a pound punch!
I hope I didn't forget to just say so. A body has been discovered. Dr. Huesca, some guy, has, he died. He's dead. He's the guy that is so committed to his research that he doesn't wear shoes or socks. And he has been in his office, in his lab, for 90 days. And he kept the overkill security system active the whole time. He has food and water and like a bathroom.
Floor panels have been deactivated. Let's run on through.
But like, look how pale he is. He hasn't seen. I mean, no one has seen the sun in 3 years, but he hasn't been outside this room for 3 whole months. Okay, so I think we just bumped into Think the Slaughter Artist. That's a problem. Also, Chief has been hit by the hit man, so that's a problem. I'm really sad now. Halara time. My favorite parts of this game is when Halara says it's Halara time and then Halara's all of the bad guys. That joke has definitely run its course for a couple years now. Anyway, we once again have everyone back together, administering first aid to the chief. Halara is going to start doing chest compressions, chest compressions, chest compressions. The reason everyone is here is because everyone was sent a death threat by the there was a typo. Halara said the chief told Vivia and I instead of Vivia and me, even though that's not correct. So now we're going to learn how to use Vivia's Forte. Vivia's Forte is spectral projection. Your body is asleep, and your soul goes ghost. So you can interact with other spirits, but everyone in the land of the living cannot see or hear you, and you can't interact with anything physical. But you can still investigate things, and that is exactly what we'll do. First, Viv is going to explain to everyone, including us, how to spectral project and how to not. Oh no, I take water in.
Master.
So, as a ghost, you can pass through doors. You can really pass through everything because you're not bound by the laws of physics at all, but your brain still has a...
All right, let's hurry.
Let's go!
Here we go. Is it this way? No? What? Your brain has like a mental block for
Oh, that was a close one.
walls,
It's flowing
but
like
you
a
already
waterfall.
think of doors as passageways, right? So you can go through closed doors as a ghost more easily than you can go through
There's so many!
walls. I forget how you get to past these fast. I'm just gonna count it as a win if I don't have to like reset or restart. It's not a reset, the game will do it for you. Oh,
Just a bit more.
how on earth do I get past this? Oh, please. Oh no. Oh, how did I survive that? I didn't survive that. So if you touch any of these souls at all, then your soul gets taken or something. And it's not fun. Take 3. Hey, I was doing so well.
Go, go, go!
This is the right way. I just...
We have to hurry to the crime scene.
Go, go, go! I was really sweating! Whoa.
Did I go the wrong... Oh, here it is. Happy 6 hours. After you're used to being a ghost, according to Vivia at least, I wouldn't know. After you get used to being a ghost, eventually you'll be able to go through walls, and you'll be able... Well, not walls yet, but you'll be able to float, and you'll be able to go through other things. I don't think ghosts can possess people or anything, except Shinigami. Special. But like, yeah, you have to consciously think about it, but you can just do that. And then you can float through it and not be hurt by anything. Which is funny. I think this is funny. So we're learning all about the traps that I may or may not have told you about. The air vent, decontaminating the bacteria,
Let's go to the next
whole
one!
thing, the high voltage puzzle.
Attention!
Oh, what else is there to investigate in here? On the wall. Yeah, so there's decontamination in this room as well, but those doors don't open.
I see.
Another cool thing about being a ghost is that you aren't noticed by the Peacekeepers. So you can eavesdrop on their conversation. I will do now. So Dr. Weska has really severe hearing issues to the point where he is almost unable to hear anything. But he can read lips, which may be why he asked for someone other than Makoto to talk to him. Three whole stab wounds in his back. The knife has the signature F of Think the Slaughter Artist, which is in a different font than it was in version 1.0.0. Why? It looked better with the old font. Why is it just a capital letter now? For some reason, on the way back, there are no spirits.
I'll find out for
That's
you.
only a thing on the way here. They never do that again. That's another thing they forgot about. Like, spectral projection is great, but spectral projection without any spirits is even greater. Oh, hello. Vivia's being really cryptic, and he's not going to stop being cryptic until the end of the chapter. And he even threatened us with a box cutter, like he's going to return to his body and attack us before we can return to our body.
Tried to kill me.
But we
Why would
hear
he do such a
the
thing?
voice of Chief Yako say,
Now's the time to be
"Stop
dwelling on
fighting."
that.
You're right. Chief Yaku is the main
Even though
concern right now.
he's
Not whatever's
still
going on with Vivia.
alive in this room right now. So that's weird. Hours left of this? I don't know if I think that's more or fewer. I thought there would be. But there's only one way to find out. Because again, this is my first actual run of this game.
Me?
So
now we're going to investigate with both of us together, using our powers of spectral projection.
we don't have much time. We have to check the rooms we can access.
Just barge in and check everything. I have seniority over you when it comes to being a soul. You better listen to what I say.
That was inefficient.
Chief Yago was attacked in this. Also, you know,
I did. He used setting.
you're consider.
Look.
This is the central lab. There might.
This is a storage room that only Director Yomi has the key to, and there are some files that are tampered with. So, whatever Yomi doesn't want us to see, he has already gotten rid of, so we can't see them.
There's another one, Master! What about over there? What?
Okay, I think that's everything. Leave. Nope, I'm missing something. Robot, but oh. Wait. Did this? No. You're one of the ones with open doors, right?
You better hurry or you'll run out of time.
Oh, it's this. Oh, the Dr. Weska's lab has a different electricity system than the rest of the lab, which means that when the power went out,
Yep.
he was not
Stairs so you
affected.
don't get fat.
There was a blackout just when we were... I did not do these in the right order.
This is the robot lab where we picked...
So now we have to go out again, not in ghost form, because we have to actually like interact with the doctor's computer. And some other stuff, I guess. And we lie back down and wake up. And now we tell Desehiko everything we learned. Okay, now Polari does chest compressions, and they don't stop until the end of the chapter. We're just getting everyone's forte the solution keys these days. Doing them out like candy on Halloween. The reason I am taking this path is because if I took any other path, I'd get spotted by a peacekeeper, and that would be bad.
Wait, what if some toxic gas is still lingering around? Nah, just kidding.
There's no time. We need to hurry up and check the...
It's so funny that there's a scripted event where you literally kick a can, and that's how the peacekeepers notice you. But don't worry, Vivia shows up.
Just come quiet.
And stabs both of the peacekeepers in the neck with a syringe filled with something that he just keeps in his pockets for fun. I already told you this, but the security system has not been disabled in 90 days until just now. So, if Fink the Slaughter Artist was in the room because the security system was turned off, he had to have been in there for 90 days and not struck until it just so happened that the people were here.
Shinigami, can you do it?
Of course, Master!
So now it's time to enter the Mystery Labyrinth finally. This time with Vivia. And Vivia probably not too pleased about it, although at least he knows about... I don't know. We might not have to explain Shinigami to him.
So this...
On the rabbit hole we go. It's only the 5th time in 6 hours. I keep forgetting that most of my splits are going to be after the asking to save, at least for entering the labyrinth and finishing the chapter. Due to Vivia's own forte, he's able to remember at least most of the details of the case, which is great actually, because that means we don't have to explain anything, and he also seems familiar with Shinigami and the Mystery Labyrinth, which is going to save us so much time in explaining stuff and re-explaining stuff and going over everything so many times. Like, in chapters 1, 2, and 3, it's ridiculous how much we have to go over the case. Like, I count it sometimes. You do it once when the case actually happens. You do it a second time to review what just happened. You do it, possibly. You do it a third time to collect solution keys. You do it a 4th time to explain everything to your partner in the Mystery Labyrinth. You do it a 5th time actually solving everything in the Mystery Labyrinth. You do it a 6th time in the deduction denouement. You do it a 7th time in the review, and you do an 8th time at the end telling everybody what happened. I kind of like this design, actually. It's the only thing about him I like, but I like his Mystery Canon design. And if you remember, Mystery Phantoms are not the actual person, so I'm not actually complimenting you when I say that.
You're the ones who killed Dr. Wesker. You disarmed the security system to the doctor's lab. And then murdered him inside.
Fine.
Until you actually entered the lab, the security system for the critical lab stayed active. It's impossible to bypass the system while it's active. In other words, no one can enter the doctor's lab. There couldn't be an intruder. shit! There was an intruder?
4.
That's impossible! And in fact, you proved that yourself!
Oh, come on.
Don't make me laugh! Shit! There was an intruder? That's impossible! And in fact, you proved that yourself! If there was another intruder, then where did they go? By the time you arrived at the scene, there was no one else, right? There's no place to hide in the critical lab.
Fubuki did say that while Yasuhiko and Yuma were getting Amapal, no one went in or out. That's a testimony that is probably important. Fubuki was the only person in the room until we came back with Amapal. Was there an intruder? Yes, there was an intruder. Because it would not make sense for Dr. Huesca to do this to himself. Okay, so this is the part where my game might crash. If the game crashes, I'm going to be sad. But hopefully the game will not crash, because I'm going through this door. And when I played casually, I went through the right door, and it crashed when I did that. So, fortunately, this is the dead end. So, in version 1.0.0, a lot of animations in these rooms are missing. Like, all 3 of them are wrong answers. Sorry to spoil it, but they are. And you're just using your solution blade on nothing except the floor shaking, and maybe it opens the door, and maybe it doesn't. But I don't know why my game keeps freezing. I wonder if it's because I'm holding down the speed up button. So they didn't cut power. It wouldn't make sense for them to never have entered in the first place, because Dr. Huesca had 3 stab wounds in his back, and so it wouldn't make sense for him to stab himself 3 times. I think that's supposed to be Dr. Huesca for those bouncing statues, but again, when I played this casually, there were no bouncing statues. There's just maybe a bunch of bricks, the same type of brick that the floor is made out of. Yeah, I think that is because I'm holding R. My head's freezing. So I wonder if it's faster to not hold R whenever it's like saving and loading and stuff. That's the fruit-based door I was talking about during the Chapter 3 labyrinth. Security log proves that if he was invited in, he would have stayed there for 90 days. The door opened up, but this doesn't seem right either. You know, just got a feeling. You can't hold a knife in spectral projection. I mean, you can hold a ghost knife, but it won't hurt. It can't touch people, and it won't hurt ghosts. Like, remember when Shinigami slapped Yuma when Yuma first went to Ghost? It didn't hurt, but he felt pressure. So, like, the same thing would have happened if Vivia used his box cutter during threat while they were both in their ghost forms. You can't, like, hurt a ghost. That doesn't really make sense. Anyway, who, or in quotes, who would have... Let's see.
That's not it! That's right!
Okay, so this is going to reveal some stairs, and I'm going to go up the stairs, and at the top of the stairs, it's going to jump cut to a TV screen, and that always, like, startles me. So, watch out when I get to the top of the stairs. There's going to be a static jump scare. Ah!
When you think about who could get past security, the only option we know of is Amapao.
True. And that's how we were able to get through security ourselves.
But it's just a toy robot, right? How is it related to the case?
I don't know yet, but since Amapao can get through security, it must be important.
So this is right before we went to get Amapao. Dr. Wesko was really startled and was like, "Who's there?" And he said, "Who are you?" So who could he have been talking about? No one, apparently. So now we have to go through this vent, don't say anything, and figure out what was the doctor's motive. And to find that out, we're gonna do a reasoning deathmatch, because what else would we do today? Oh yeah, when we saw that the things had been open in 90 days, we also saw some emails between someone and the doctor.
This was all part of the doctor's plan? He didn't have a plan at all.
It was.
The intercom wasn't an act. There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood. You probably don't know this. Wesker put his soul into his work. The research was going well. The doctor was loyal to Amaterasu.
And it was vaguely threatening against Dr. Wesker. But the email address, I think there was an email address because there was an @ in the middle, but it was just a bunch of random gibberish characters that don't mean anything. Probably an encryption error. Anyway. I think it's so funny every time that happens. So the doctor was planning to escape Kanai Ward. by swapping places. I don't know why there are a bunch of math and physics equations, but I think it's really funny.
Well, he couldn't have used another researcher. Someone would have noticed their absence. He needed visitors. People from outside to pull it off.
On my second time playing this chapter, to make sure all my speedrun notes were correct, I crashed after going into the swapping places door, so I think that means that I have made it past the crashes, which means this is the first time my game will not crash. Check report. Love this art style, this whatever this is. We never do it again. This is unfortunate, but maybe in the 2024 Paper Mario game.
Little by little, we're narrowing down when the culprit entered.
Guessing.
Yeah, but we still don't know how yet. It had to be between when we spoke to the doctor over the intercom and when Amapal entered his lab. During that time, the culprit entered the doctor's lab and murdered him.
Just stop talking.
So the most likely time would be when you went to borrow Amapal, Master. The culprit had to have entered the lab then.
But Fubuki waited at the front chamber while Desuhiko and I went to borrow Amapal. She said no one entered or left the lab.
I find that people have a really hard time figuring out which room on that diagram represents which room in the building, but I selected the airlock decontamination hallway.
And I thought he was just hiding in there to avoid being spotted after the crime. So you think the culprit was in there before the crime too?
Or...
Yeah, the culprit was waiting for their chance.
Or Amapal was in there.
But we had no idea when we sent Amapal into the airlock.
And from there, Yuma, you guided Amapal to the doctor's lab. So the culprit entered the doctor's lab before then? How would that be possible? Only Amapal could get past security, right?
Yeah, that's the next big question.
Maybe the culprit used another Amapal unit.
No.
Gorgeous skybox, but why are you showing us this by having the Mystery of Labyrinth fall apart?
The Amapal Yuma controlled was the only one that could get past security.
So the culprit must have taken advantage
Yes, every Amapal unit except the one we borrowed was currently out of service.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Makes me wonder about the fact that they're already on the market,
no solving the
and
doctor's murder
there was
until
even
we
one
figure
in
that
the
out.
train station.
Well, I have an idea. Will you hear me out?
What is it?
So unless that one also
About
stopped working,
giving
which is
up.
why somebody abandoned it.
I'm getting
We brought
tired.
the weapon down.
Nope, motion denied.
How did the culprit use Amapal? As a weapon, as a shield, or neither? I don't think Amapal would be a very good weapon or shield against the things you want to be shielded from. Okay. Yeah, that glitching when we first got Amapal was a little weird. Okay, we got some questions to answer in quick succession. Let's do it. This is not something you should hold on. Who's the culprit before the crime? Oh! AAXY. In 1.0.0, those are not multiple. Oh, those are multiple choice questions, but it's not like done like a QuickTime event. That's really interesting.
After we left Amapel in the airlock,
Still missing the case's greatest mystery, and I don't even know what the mystery is at the moment. This is a new animation. I don't remember all this shading and shadow stuff. Or even that animation. I don't know if anything else is new. Anyway, I think we finished this game.
The culprit hopped off Alma, door opened, then slipped through the gap in the door.
Think about it. If Amapal's line of sight changed just a bit.
since the door opens outward, it's possible to take advantage.
Your deduction is inconsistent. It's full of inconsistencies. By your logic, even if the doctor could be stabbed, it wouldn't be from behind. The culprit quickly entered the lab. But the doctor was in the room at the time, right? There's no way you miss an intruder. Running is noisy. So Wesker would have heard and turned to face the culprit. And his chest would have been stabbed, not his back. Unless you think the doctor was asleep. Is there any trace of him being drugged? Even if he didn't look back from his desk, he would have heard someone coming.
No, Dr. Wesker is hard enough of hearing that he might not hear someone. Apparently the mystery is hard to solve because Yuma is reluctant to solve it, which I don't agree with. I'm certainly not reluctant to solve it. No.
Yuma,
Jeez, go away!
you know what I'm talking about, don't you? The huge hole in this investigation?
What are you...
Just ignore him.
Let's review your deduction, shall we? The culprit took advantage of Amapau's locked position and entered the lab. And before the robot entered the room, that person stabbed the doctor from behind. However, they bumped into Amapau while escaping, causing it to fall over. That was obviously a mistake, but since it wasn't captured on video, they were able to avoid detection. After that, the culprit went inside the decontamination device in the airlock to hide from you.
That's correct. So what's the hole in my deduction?
It's before all of that. It remains the case's greatest mystery.
Which is?
How did the culprit get past security?
What?
So cryptic. Just tell us what you're thinking. It will make this go so much faster. We'll be done in time for dinner.
Keep playing with your shit deductions. You still haven't solved the greatest mystery. How did the culprit get past the security? The critical lab security system was always live. There was no way to reach the doctor. The panel chamber shots would have fried the culprit. That security system? No living human can breach it. So tell me the culprit is a robot. Keep playing with your shit deductions. You still haven't solved the greatest mystery. How did the culprit get past the security? The critical lab security system was always live. There was no way to reach the doctor. The panel chamber shots would have fried the culprit. That security system? No living human can breach it.
Also, I think I forgot to mention this, but Desahiko said, hey, from my perspective, you got Amapau to the thing on the first try. And that's funny because I did, from my perspective too.
Let me ask you. How did the culprit bypass the toxic gas chamber? It's impossible to avoid the gas. The culprit would surely die. You should already know this, right? The gas has a special trait. The gas can see through even a gas mask. No ability to nullify its toxicity. Once it hits you, you're done for. You die before reaching Westcott. No one can get...
I think I told you this. The toxic gas doesn't kill you for about 30 minutes. I wonder if it's the same thing inside the chemistry lab. Remember that from 2.5 hours ago?
If the culprit carried out the crime that you deduced, then they should be dead from the toxic gas. But no one at the scene has died from poisoning. If you can understand that much, then what are you still doing here? Your deduction is wrong. Don't disturb the peace. It's not even worth debating. Is this the best you can do to refute it? Just get up and die! Shit!
I forgot what the right answer was. The culprit misrepresented their death using the hitman. Do you know what this means?
Damn it.
Wait, it was the answer was to make it seem like the doctor was dead. Let's see, third time. Okay, that was a little weird. I think I'm running out of good commentary. I used up all my good commentary in chapter 0 and like my intro and like the disclaimer, and at this point I'm just ready for it to end, which is usually how I feel 6 hours into a run. But yeah, we're really sad now because Chief Yako is the culprit behind this case. And he's dead 3 times over once we reap his soul, and we'll never know what the true cause of death is. It shall remain a mystery forever. Which I think is what he would have wanted. Okay. We are so close to the end. I feel like chapter 5 is short enough.
Step right up, step right up!
Worth noting that the real Fink the Slaughter Artist does not typically send threats to his future victims, so that was a bit weird. And the threat was sent to the detective agency, the Peacekeepers, and to Dr. Huesca himself, so that everyone would show up, the detectives, the Peacekeepers, and Dr. Huesca. Also, my condolences go out to the gray everyman person from the Danganronpa Prologue arguments. I hope he's found good work somewhere else because he was not these. Yeah, so, the culprit knew they would die over and over as a result, except they didn't. The only death that Yako experienced because of the panels was when Desahiko got it wrong at the beginning. Which is very funny. That he's scripted to get it wrong, so that, it's not a total continuity error.
The murderer tried to leave the room before.
Continuity is weird anyway when you're talking about time travel, but that arguably makes the whole situation even funnier. I'm just wondering why he couldn't have hired the hitman to get Dr. Huesca. Like, that seems so much easier, and you'd survive. Even if you hire the hitman to do the part of the going through the toxic gas chamber, that means you wouldn't have to pay him afterwards. So, thanks to Shinigami, or the toxic gas, or Fink the Slaughter Artist, Yaku Furio is dead. We will all miss him. But we're not even done yet, because there's still a mystery that we need to solve. And not only that, we have to find out what that mystery is by spelling the word. How do you spell this word? Look how fast this is. It gets even faster in Chapter 5.
That's right!
Boom. Secret exit. Hey, do you think there are going to be secret exits in Super Mario Bros. Wonder? I haven't heard anything about it either way, but it would be kind of weird if there weren't. But also, on an open world map.
Do you regret this, Yuma?
I'd be lying if I said I didn't.
I've been thinking. Remember what the Chief's soul said? If you keep that in mind...
There already are sort of secret exits in Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2, which are open world maps, and
even though
Super Mario 3D World, where it's
himself.
very much this style of gameplay, and there are two secret exits.
Maybe there's a
and
hidden truth behind this case, and the Chief wanted us to find it.
There could be some anonymous person
at the time
involved.
of recording and
If
hopefully
Anonymous
posting,
is part of this
the game's not out yet, so I don't know.
They must have a motive for killing
When it does
Dr.
come out,
Wesker as well.
maybe I'll submit that to your
The doctor knew about the secret dealings and was planning to flee from Kanai Ward by himself. Could it be that Anonymous took advantage of Chief Yako by instigating him to commit murder?
Yes. It's unlikely the Chief just happened to kill Dr. Wesker right as he was planning to flee.
If that's true, Anonymous isn't just involved in the case. They could be the mastermind, the Grey Eminence.
I had never heard the phrase Grey Eminence.
Why are you telling me that now?
Get out. The case is solved. It's solved! Yako's the culprit! Everything was plotted by Yako alone! He hired Fink the slaughter artist! He prepared the murder weapon! He even killed the doctor! Yako acted alone! So what about this Anonymous? Even if they did, you'll never find out who they are! There is nothing connecting Yako to another! Kill! Anonymous doesn't exist! Yako plotted everything! Who cares about some map? It doesn't prove a damn thing! It has nothing to do with the doctor's murder! This... Anyone can find it!
Find it. It was in... There was a binder or folder or something in the room that only Yomi had the key to. Also, before the reasoning deathmatch, when Anonymous is still anonymous and is talking weirdly with arbitrarily capitalized letters, there's one message or series of messages where the capital letters spell out the word slower. There's a word with an S, a word with an L, a word with an OW, and a word with an ER in that order in that message, and those are the only capital letters that aren't the first word of the first letter of a sentence. So I don't know what that means, but Director Yomi wants me to go slower. And I do not want to go slower. I want to get sub 8. We'll see if it's possible.
Hey, hurry!
I don't know what he was shot with, but I think it was just hit with the whip. Surprise! Surprise! And she's turning the tables by saying, you do have the right to remain silent, you do have the right to attorney, don't manhandle them too hard because even criminals have rights. And that is the moral of today. And
That was really dangerous.
I'm messing up.
You were done.
And that is the lesson we learned today.
By the way, you know.
So, Kodo has given us this box as a gift that we are to open later.
I see. No.
And so now we're all sad because the chief is dead and we didn't even learn anything about the homunculi. That's kind of a waste. We made it all the way here. And all we got out of it was one fewer chief detective. Oh, hey, Karumi. She heard about Chief Yako. The chief lost his wife to a research accident. She was a reacher who worked with Dr. Huesca, so he blamed Dr. Huesca for his wife's death. And I guess that's why he wanted to kill him. And also he was motivated by Yomi. Apparently, it's worth mentioning that number one is quite athletic despite looking aged. We're getting another call from the World Detective Organization. So that's interesting. Don't pay attention to the phrase on the screen. We don't care about that. The wink wonk. If I had a face cam, I'd be winking at you. So the Great Global Mystery is a mass kidnapping case.
You bet.
And we're not sure where all those bodies are going.
That anemic vampire knows something.
Well, I say bodies, they're people. They're still alive.
Listen closely, detectives.
So in that cutscene, the World Detective Organization headquarters were attacked. Like, the building is There's a hole in the building, it's smoking, all that bad stuff. And the loading screen tips won't even tell us what brand. So, ginormous spoiler warning for the rest of the game. We have finished Chapter 4. We are now in Surely You Can't Be Serious territory. And by Surely You Can't Be Serious, I mean major spoiler warning for everything that happens from now until the very end of the video. You have been warned. I'll do my very best to not say anything, but also after that, the gift that we were given just started giving off white smoke.
What the heck was that?
Everyone fell asleep again. So now we just woke up in this building and we don't know where we are. And Harumi's right here and she doesn't know where we are. And this does not look like anywhere I have ever been. So I am scared. Casualties unknown for that attack. Quite possible that number 1 might have been compromised, but we hope he wasn't. A couple people have been talking about the Blank Week mystery and how the only thing we know about it so far is that residents of Kanai Ward aren't supposed to talk about it. Here's somebody, he seems friendly. Excuse me, sir. Oh, this is a cutscene that I'm skipping. Okay, in that cutscene, he tried to bite me. I think this guy was rabid. So, all of a sudden, there are zombies. I don't know why there are zombies.
Where should I run to?
But, there are. Wait, where do we go? I don't remember. Oh. Oh, we get this building to hide. Envelope. There's a letter inside. Evacuation order for this whole place. This is the restricted area in like the corner of Kanai Ward. All of the corpses of dead bodies get loaded onto trucks and brought here. So I guess they can rot away from these zombies you may recognize as Waruna, Yoshiko, and Kurane. So that's a little weird, right? A letter attached to an arrow? How do you even do that? Like, the paper itself is tied onto the arrow. Like, what? Anyway, here we are. Now we can actually read the letter. The letter is about homunculi and how they eat human flesh.
We can get out this way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wrong button. Forgot that there are QuickTime events. But we've been thrown right into the thick of it. I don't think there's much here but QuickTime events. So now we get a highlight reel of our rogues gallery, by which I mean everyone we've seen die on screen is now a zombie or something. Don't know who that guy is. An electrified fence, so don't touch it. And also, the homunculi seem to be... Oh, these zombies are homunculi, by the way. The homunculi seem to be drawn towards loud noises. So, in this, we walk backwards and then slip and then fall down the steep hill, but we're not hurt. Kurumi and Yuma are physically safe. Although I guess they passed out. But they don't look physically injured. They haven't been cut on those big rocks on the ground. But we are in front of this big ominous building. Do you want to enter the big ominous building? I think I'm going to enter the big ominous building.
It's so massive. Just...
Looks like we can get in here.
The reason the abandoned village is restricted is because toxic gases leaked from a nearby mine? Or so says Amaterasu Corporation, and you know how trustworthy they are. So we're in some sort of factory, it looks like, and Shinigami smells blood.
This factory feels so creepy.
Shinigami says if you spot any red or green herbs, be sure to pick it up, which is a reference to the Resident Evil games. So I've been told. I don't know what those things are, but the homunculus seem to like to be looking at them. Also, the door. We can't go back out the entrance door. This is the facility where they make meat buns. A little odd, but you know. Actually, I'm guessing you don't know, which is why you're watching this and listening to me talk about this.
It's called a special food facility, but
they're just making
buns?
Maybe they're using specially chosen meat. Like there's a flavor unique to this factory.
Oh no. There's a tablet device, so let's activate the Amapal, which attracts them with the sound and the smell of meat buns. And, oh, I recognize those clothes.
What were they all?
Maybe.
Those are Desahiko's clothes. Also, the announcer who's, like, announcing a tour or something is actually, talking about, it is actually talking to us and, like, can see us and stuff.
Desahiko is definitely alive. We have to go find everyone right away.
He wrote some report about the research. The research started, I want to say 10 years ago? 2035?
Same as before, there's something on the floor where that crowd was.
Whose clothes are these? That's Halara's clothes. There's a key card, and I don't even remember what was on their report, but they're all handwritten reports by everybody, and...
Let's keep moving. We'll bring the truth to light ourselves.
Actually, there is something that kinda caught my attention. Why was that announcement so spiteful toward you, Master?
Surprise! It's Zilch Alexander, or the hitman disguised as Zilch, who actually is apparently from Gonai Ward. So he thinks we're Director Yomi, so we're gonna talk to him like we're Director Yomi. And fake Zilch called Makoto that masked freak, which is also how Yomi refers to him. Makoto arrived right after the Blank Week mystery and stopped the homunculus research. Something you should
Where the heck did Kurumi go? We have to find...
We're really in the end game here. Everything is happening all at once, especially if you're not taking the time to actually read what all the characters are saying and have written. We're about to learn a lot of things really fast. These are Vivia's clothes. When homunculi die, they come back to life, but their memories are kind of weird.
You're gonna follow it? It might be a trap.
Let's see if I can remember.
I don't know why, but I think it's calling to me.
Yeah, I don't have any more things in my notes until the Mystery Labyrinth. So that tells you how pretty much basically linear this section of the game is. And there's a lot of like just walking to show you how big and empty this space is. So this is probably a good time for donations.
So
Like,
we gotta
we
track
can
him
probably
down,
fit
huh?
a donation just in this hallway and path and stuff.
Not here. Where did you go?
Because nothing happens in this giant stretch, and then another giant stretch where we're just walking, and I don't even think we can run. Can't fast forward, can't run. Whatever made a hole that big scares me. Just on principle, if you cause a lot of destruction, I don't like that. Just something you should know about me. I'd put it on my dating profile if I had one. That's an okay joke, right? The design of these stairs,
what's up ahead.
I think, is
Master, you
different
could be falling for a
than in
trap,
version
you know.
1.0. I don't remember those lighting effects at all from those fans up there,
There's
even
no
from
other
that
evidence around.
platform. And
Whether a zombie or death god pops out comes down
on
to your
version
luck, Master.
1.0, there's a mini map of this, but it's vertical instead of horizontal for like this catwalk.
This corridor goes on
Again,
forever. How much longer
actually,
till we reach the
nothing
end?
happens between the
And
nothing of note
wonder what
happens
lies
between the outside path and this until we get to right here. Oh, this is. I feel like this is way different. So Dr. Weska was working on homunculus research, and Project Homunculus took place 3 years ago, and
And now, 3 years later,
that's when Makoto showed up. 3 years later.
you and I descended on
And
this
3 years
ruined,
after
depressed land
Makoto
of
showed up,
Kanai Ward.
we showed up. There's another big hole. This is probably important that we don't do. All of these visuals are new. Not this. Whatever this is.
Whatever, let's go!
But the previous corridor with the Dr. Huesca in it. Let's see. 10 years ago, Project Homunculus started. 3 years ago, the Blank Week mystery happened.
Poor Master.
And then 3 years later,
I'm not going crazy. I really
was
did
7
hear a
hours
voice.
ago. Here is a person. This person is the former CEO of Amaterasu Corporation. Kanai Ward wanted to, or the United Government, there's a United Government, wanted to take over Kanai Ward, but Makoto stopped them in exchange for the CEO position of Amaterasu. And this guy agreed,
heard it clearly this
Yomi
time.
didn't like that.
Then that voice is close by, right? Let's try looking for it, Master. Kanai Ward's remaining unsolved mysteries. A brave master ventures deeper into the lab in search of the unknown. A never-before-seen device, suspicious equipment, a master prowling into a treacherous lab. And then...
What? What happened?
You'll have to read the Master Goes Exploring series.
Jeez, I thought something suddenly popped out. Anyway, don't go making up a series about me.
Ugh, were you born joyless, Master?
Let me know if you recognize this familiar face who's been saying her name for a while. I mean, the lighting's pretty bad, but Jacket was here to give you a DVD. Alright, so thank goodness this computer works and can play DVDs. So here's Dr. Huesca, the real Dr. Huesca, talking about Project Homunculus, so I'll just let it play out. Hopefully you can read the captions.
Listen, defective homunculi will devour humans down to...
What just happened?
their bones! They will drink...
Pretend that didn't happen. Something happened on my computer. So, homunculi, when homunculi get revived, they, which way am I supposed to go? Oops. When homunculi get revived, then they lose all their intelligence and memory stuff. Although some of them are better than others, given
real criminals in the name of truth.
all the homunculi who we are, who we have been talking to, and all the ones that just attacked us. Are you sure we're still recording? Really bad.
I'm surprised you still call yourself a detective. Oh, to be clear, that's a compliment. A normal person would have fled. Anyone with even the
I
slightest
just
bit
freaked
of
out because
conscience
my
wouldn't be able to take it.
file explorer
And yet,
popped up
here you
and
are.
just showed the video being recorded, so I wasn't sure if it was still being recorded. But I think it is. I don't think I've run out of space. I hope I haven't run out of space. made sure to clear a lot of space just so I could do this. Anyway, what was I talking about? When homunculus die, they come back, but they lose their memories and intelligence and stuff, and that sucks.
Right here, Master!
But now we're back in the factory and we need to find Group. The announcement is Makoto, I think. There's someone over there that we can talk to, but we don't have to, so I won't. These are Fubuki's clothes, and in Fubuki's handwriting she says, "I don't know what any of this means, but I'll copy it from the screen." And again, I don't remember what she specifically got. Kurumi remembers a forced blood test that everyone had to get before the blank week mystery happened.
This is...
The rain started after the blank week mystery. That's also a thing. So we're going to go into here and let's see what we find. We have found cold storage. So it's kind of cold in here, and it's also very kind of storage in here. What is that? Oh no.
I don't...
Now we're in really cold storage, and oh no. This is like not something I want to make a comparison to. So somebody made a note, where am I, when am I being taken? I've been caught by the WBO. Number one, the world's greatest mind. Something else I don't know. Okay. So Kurumi asks, what's wrong? And we're like, didn't find anything. Dead end. Alright, so now we continue in here. And now we exit. I'm so glad there are well-labeled exits. Because they may be using humans to make meat buns, but at least it's OSHA compliant. One thing about me is that I love setup jokes. Remember 7.5 hours in the past when I said sit down, grab a meat bun, and enjoy the game? I hope you didn't actually grab a meat bun, and if you did, I hope it wasn't one of these. Anyway, that is what I like to call dark humor, and it's not something I engage in very often.
Do you hear
by that, I mean,
dude? What is it?
I have not
My heart's
made any other
pounding
jokes
just
like that,
thinking
just
about what might
variations on that
happen.
one. Something specifically for the... It's just these games that bring out the worst in me, I think. We've seen this in a lot of video games before. This bathhouse, mind-cleansing bath. Like, we need to cleanse our minds after what we have just witnessed, learned, and experienced. At least we have the cold comfort of knowing that we all experience this together. Except not me, because I'm recording this by myself, and it's starting to be late at night, and I haven't talked to another person all day. So we pressed a button and turned off the smokestacks. So there's no more rain, and an emergency alert has been issued. Everyone has been told to go back inside, and Kurumi has fallen down. And that's probably a bad thing. But at least we're seeing the sun for the first time in 7.5 hours. Here comes everyone's favorite... Oh, now Kurumi falls down. Sorry, I spoiled it. Here comes everyone's favorite that guy, Makoto. He's here. And so he is doing something on the computer to put all the smoke clouds back up. Use my mouth. So it seems that we figured out some sort of truth. The weakness of that was bleeped out of the video was sunlight, because apparently in Kanai Ward, sunlight is a 4-letter word because there were 4 asterisks, which is pretty funny. Now there's a gun pointing at us. I don't like that, but Makoto wants us to go to the Mystery Labyrinth, and I think we're gonna go to the Mystery Labyrinth. I don't feel like pressing the split button right about now. The mystery is going to be why were all those human corpses in the refrigerator of the meat bun facility, or factory, or whatever it's called. Solve Kanai Ward's ultimate secret. Because it's kill or be killed, we decide not to be killed.
There's no time to hesitate.
And for one last time, down the rabbit hole. Keep saying it too early. Down the rabbit hole we go! I haven't said that too early because I forgot about my stream delay. Okay. Let's finish this. Let's solve the Kanai Ward's ultimate secret, solve the great global mystery, expose Makoto's crimes. I don't know what else, but this time it's just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try.
Master.
I forgot to not reference something I haven't seen. It's basically tradition at this point for us to do everything we do, which is why Yuma still fell on the ground, and why Shinigami barfed up the solution keys. I think this Mystery Labyrinth takes longer than half an hour.
This is...
I hope it doesn't. I hope this is
The
sub
mystery this
8.
time seems to be deeply related
And
to
I really
Kanai
hope
Ward
this
itself.
doesn't take me 50 minutes. Like,
Just like you said, Master, if we
better
keep going,
record.
we should be able to expose
Please
Kanai
drop the
Ward's
finger.
ultimate secret.
This place seems fit for the final mystery.
Speaking of, why do you think this is the last mystery labyrinth?
We've come so far in the
No
last
reason. It just feels
7
like that.
hours, and we've really grown attached to each other,
I
so
needed your powers in order to expose Kanai Ward's ultimate secret in the first place.
it's gonna be all sad if this does
I've
somehow
got a
turn out to
feeling
be the
that when we
last mystery
solve this
labyrinth.
mystery,
Although I
our
don't know what that
pact will
would
come to an
entail.
end.
Or what that would mean,
Am I wrong?
rather.
You know I can't reveal anything about our pact. Regardless, if I train you to be a great detective, there'll come a day you won't need me anymore.
Remember, there's still that
But there's still a ways to
decision
go
choice
before I
we
can call
made
myself
and
a
put
true
up
detective.
a bid war
At
for
the very
all
least, I have to eradicate
7.5
all
hours
unsolved
ago.
mysteries from this world and bring
Should we
happiness to
stay or
everyone.
should we destroy? Keep that in mind.
I think I've heard that before
And
somewhere.
for right now,
Don't you remember?
I'm
You heard
going
that from the
to
person
play
who
as
left the
if
strongest
we ended up
impression
voting
on you.
to stay, but
Oh,
the
right,
bid war
you're
can
just
still be open at this point in the action.
Copying
marathon.
nobody. I'm just echoing what they said. I guess you could say they influenced me. If that was said by a detective you admire, it seems like a good idea to aim for the same goal.
Pause of Amaterasu Corporation and Kanai Ward's development, why that would be the homunculus research. The United government wanted the homunculi for military purposes, because they can't die, so they would make excellent soldiers. I don't feel comfortable making any sort of commentary on that statement, so I'm just going to say that is what we were told in the game.
So what exactly are homunculi?
The homunculi are
They're
artificially made beings
human
made from
beings.
taking DNA.
Human DNA is extracted to use as a base to grow human cells. The age, gender, and looks are synthetically copied onto an artificial human.
What's the fun in copying people to begin with? That's something I'll never understand. Humans are such weird creatures.
What on earth would cause Yuma to be his own mystery phantom? That's odd. How is Yuma preventing Yuma from solving this case? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Don't go any further! There's nothing up ahead! Let's get up and go home. What I'm looking for doesn't exist! I want you to have just a fantasy! I want you, I don't exist! Could you even see the homunculus? Do you have any proof they exist? It's true it was being researched. But that research was cancelled! Man, that research... It was a complete failure!
Not a complete failure. I mean, it was considered failure, but it wasn't a complete failure. Big difference. If this run doesn't get world record, that's a failure. If this run gets disqualified because I paused,
Anyway, the unified government
big
must
failure.
have really wanted to make that homunculus. They tasked Amaterasu to make it, but set up their own research facilities as well.
They tried to accelerate the research by having these two facilities compete with each other. The unified government was first to have their experiments succeed. But apparently, that was the only successful experiment.
Those are some terrible odds.
What I want to know is the identity
yeah,
of
so
that
only
homunculus
one
they were able to
successful
create.
homunculus was created.
According to the report Fubuki left behind,
World's greatest mind.
the only successful specimen was from the world's greatest mind.
What was that? Also, there is an ongoing running joke, I guess, of Shinigami directly and indirectly insulting Yuma's face. According to the note we found on the body in the cold storage. That is number 1. And we're getting a best-of collection of all the mysteries we solved in Kanai War, starting with the
Number
mailman
1, the
killings.
WDO. But if that's true, then there's something else bothering me about it.
String of
Master?
ancient killings.
What's up?
Nothing. I was just thinking about how we should keep our focus on Kanai Ward's mysteries. I mean, the completed homunculus disappeared, right? So that doesn't have anything to do with what's going on here.
You can't say for certain it's unrelated.
Underground casino. Even a
The
roulette.
one was that old man, right?
Yeah, that's
You
just
never
roulette.
saw him anywhere in Kanai Ward.
That's true. I didn't see him in the city.
See? I told you that homunculus has nothing to do with this stuff. Besides, world's greatest mind. He got blown up with that building, right?
That's true, though I feel like he went down too easily.
Who cares about that old geezer? Let's talk about Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Art gallery.
Sure.
Art gallery and the dinosaur pop outside the art gallery. Now all of a sudden, back to chapter 2 with the curtains and the school. TV static cry flags. Was done in Kanai Ward for the sake of research. Why? Blood test for overlooked residents. This really feels like a race against the clock.
This place seems familiar.
Yeah, it looks like Doya District. I wonder if we have to go through here.
Seems that way. Okay then.
Why the cameras are weird there? Doya District. Third chapter. Chapter 3. I would not want to run on rainy stairs. That sounds like a really bad idea. Here's another pretty long word, but... Ah! Like, how are you supposed to do this fast?
No. You're wrong. It couldn't have been swapped. Impossible. It's a fantasy you made up. All of it. All of it, all of it, all of it, all of it. Everything you say is wrong.
There goes my perfect game.
No. You're wrong. It couldn't have been swapped. Residents were swapped with homunculi? That's impossible! Something else caused the blank week. Everyone was drugged and knocked out. Every resident fell asleep. So, there's a gap in their memories. That's why the memories connect across that week. That's impossible if they were swapped. If they were swapped, they'd be different beings. Their memories would be totally different too.
Memories wouldn't be different. The homunculi retained memories.
They can inherit memories. What about the week no one remembers? If memories are kept after swapping, there wouldn't be a gap in their memories.
I like how in this scene they say everyone in Kanai Ward is a homunculus, and then they show us a bunch of pictures of everyone in Kanai Ward, and it's 4 pictures of 2 people total. Like, it's just 2 pictures of Kurumi and 2 pictures of Chief Yako, and we're like, yep, every single person in this city has been a homunculus for the past 3 years.
Like I keep telling you, swapping places is just in your head. There are no proof of switching took place. There's 0 evidence for that. The homunculi were destroyed after the experiment, at the hands of the researchers who saw failures. That's why it's impossible. Homunculi would have attacked the city. No one was killed by the homunculi.
Really getting towards the end here. We can't get there fast enough. Yeah, I think I already told you that. Sorry, this is treated as such a big revelation. In 8 hours, I can't speak. Physical abnormalities. The only difference between a human and a homunculus in this game is their blood. Anyone you know has pink blood, I'm sorry that this is how you found out. All of the residents of Kanai Ward are told that the pink... Oh, goodness, flashing lights warning. Flashing lights are done. All of the residents of Kanai Ward are told that the pink blood is caused by something in the rain. Yuma just thought he was seeing blood differently because he was being possessed by Shinigami. Shinigami doesn't care what color human blood is. But you should have been tipped off, one, by when Yuma cut his finger on the glass, the blood dried red and not pink. And the other is, this whole game, whenever we're in a mystery labyrinth and Shinigami cuts Yuma's throat open to show a question, that blood is red. Everyone just forgets that and thinks all the blood in the game is pink, but it isn't. Our final deduction day. Good job, everybody. That's a wrap, folks. So here's what you all missed.
Basically, Kanai Ward's ultimate secret
This is Kanai Ward's ultimate secret, but everyone has been a homunculus for the past 3 years. Oops. It's not even showing a loading... Okay. It's not even showing a loading icon. Oh, there we go, finally. Goodness. I have 7 minutes to do the rest of the game. I don't think I'm going to make it, unfortunately. Sub 8 will not happen today. Now Makoto has different masks that are different colors and have different expressions on them because that's fun, I guess. In version 1.0.0 it says isolate. It says something create the isolation. I think it's initiate. I just figured that out. But I just wrote it as question mark, question mark, question mark. I didn't know what the word was. Still don't act that. I still don't technically. But now it just says isolate. Nice. Master detectives were assembled to oust Yomi because Yomi did not like Makoto and wanted him to stop. And it turns out what he wanted him to stop was the homunculus stuff. Speaking of homunculus stuff, you know how in Chapter 0, 5 victims are killed by one perpetrator? In Chapter 1, 3 victims are killed by one perpetrator and 1 victim is killed by one perpetrator. In Chapter 2, 1 victim is killed by 3 perpetrators? At that point, while playing, I joked that at the end in Chapter 5, the whole city would be responsible. And then I was kind of right. Because look at that crowd of people. Because that is the secret, technically. Alright, let's spell it out, because I guess we have to. What did we just say about the color anti-green? As a surprise to no one who has been paying attention since Chapter 3. Like at the very beginning of Chapter 3, Makoto said, "Do you know anything about homunculus?" Makoto said, "No, sorry." And then Yuma walked away and Makoto said, "So that's what I am." Or started to say, "So that's what I am." So what's all that about? Every other thing in the Mystery Labyrinth, we hit it with a solution plate, it poofs into cues. I see no cues here. Makoto used Coalescence, because Coalescence is number one's forte. Because Coalescence is also Yuma's forte, and Yuma has red blood. Oh dear, oh dear. Number one swapped places with the real Yuma Coco Head. Who is the real Yuma Coco Head? Someone who is good at cooking. Darn, no sub 8. But still. There was a loading screen tip that said Makoto was really bad at cooking. And if you'll remember from the beginning of chapter something, Yuma is also really bad at cooking. So now Yuma falls into despair, but that's okay, because Shinigami's here to help. That's not sarcasm. You know what time it is? It's Shinigami time. Now we're back here. We've regained our will to detective, and take down Makoto. If all the mystery phantoms with 2 eyes have the flames coming out to the left from their left eye and to the right from their right eye, then would Mystery Phantom Makoto with his mask on have
10 years ago,
it go directly up from his singular eye?
From the UG to research homunculi. The UG planned to use these immortal synthetic humans for military purposes. A massive amount of money was poured into the research, and Amaterasu and Kanai War developed quickly as a result. But the UG also set up their own research facility, which pit the 2 organizations against each other. And 3 years ago, the UG facility finally succeeded in creating a homunculus. This was the birth of the homunculus based on the top detective of the WDO, number 1. The first of its kind in the world. You, Makoto Kabutsuchi!
And speaking by thingies,
To eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone. As your clone, I want the same thing. And that's why I'll protect everyone in Kanai Ward. These beautiful homunculi didn't ask to be made, and neither did I. Peacekeepers Yomi held the real power in Amaterasu. And upon hearing of the UG facility's successful experiment, Amaterasu panicked and extracted blood from all the residents of Kanai Ward to initiate Project Homunculus. The experiment failed, and the defective homunculi went berserk after exposure to sunlight, ravaging the city. This is the Blank Week mystery. You arrived at the city during these events and tried to rectify things. You made the rain cloud generator to block out the sun and brought the people back to their spot. The original residents had already been wiped out by them. The homunculi didn't remember anything from the Blank Week, returning to their lives thinking they were human. The Yuji decided to exterminate Kanai Ward along with the defective homunculi.
what? Oh, no. Okay, so these are different than in patch 1.0.0. Oh,
Found out about the UG's inhumane research. I did whatever was necessary to protect Kanai Ward. Ironically, all that did was create more unsolved mysteries. I wanted to protect the homunculi. I had to. If I didn't, who would?
I don't know why.
After your negotiations with the UG, Kanai Ward became isolated and independent. True to his word, the former CEO of Amaterasu abdicated his position to you. You immediately put an end to the homunculus research. This was to prevent the creation of any more tragic homunculi, and to hide their existence from the world. Posing as number one, you took advantage of the WDO. You abducted vicious criminals and brought them to Kanai Ward. must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction. That's always been my creed. But things changed when I discovered I was a homunculus. I've become someone else since I learned there were others like me. Director Yomi was your biggest obstacle in protecting the homunculi of Kanai Ward.
Just pressing buttons and there's no real challenge.
He and Dr. Wesker were planning to leak information about them to the outside world. Kanai Ward's secret had been made public. The UG would have been forced to act. Yomi grew too powerful, so you summoned master detectives to Kanai Ward to get rid of him for you. Once gathered here, we faced off with the Peacekeepers just like you wanted. And you helped Chief Yakko get his revenge from behind the scenes, taking Dr. Wesker and Yomi out of the picture!
Press the button. Oh, the scripted. Okay. We win. GG. So now we are finally getting to
This
the point
is the real perfect solution. The only difference is the world hasn't caught up to
now
me
is
yet.
about the time where I would like to know the outcome of
the unified government will soon fall into my hands. So I believed.
Or will I
But I can only lie to the people of Kanai Ward for so long. We're coming to a tipping point. I know the end will come eventually, but there's no turning back. What am I supposed to do? What else should I sacrifice? What can I do to save everyone? All this time, I've carried this burden alone. I can't take it anymore. Somebody help me.
Okay, here's the decision, I think. It's right here. So now tell me who wins. And today, Stay wins with $0 over $0. Apparently you can just cancel your coalescence. Anyway, here's the emergency exit. Remember all the way back in chapter 1? So if you go through the emergency exit, it cancels your pact with Shinigami. You'll forget all the memories you made involving her, but you'll still say, "I'll never forget you." There was a cutscene I skipped where young Yuma, the real one, not young, he's just short, but Yuma was talking to someone much taller than him about the real number one who was holding the Book of Death, and he was like, "What's that about?" Okay. Time will not be until during the epilogue. But there's definitely not 6 whole minutes. So this is world record. And I'm sorry that whoever verifies this has to listen to me talk for 8 hours and a half. Oh, excuse me. Thank you so much for watching, if you have been. You can find me on YouTube at Duraludon. That's really the only place I'm active, and even then, I'm not really active. This is my first video in many, many months. But, in the epilogue, you play as Kurumi, and she got permission from Makoto to travel internationally. So she's stocking up for a trip. She is, she's getting a map from the bookstore. She's getting special sun cream from this store, which is, I don't know why there's a store here, but the shop owner is nice. Next, I think we're going to get some ramen with the real Yuma, who who opened up a ramen store. Really racing the clock to get a PB. Or not a PB in my first run, but to get a record. This is the type of game that it's like the other Chunsoft games, is that it's really hard to get a significant time difference unless you make a lot of mistakes. Like, even though this is my first run, there can't be that much to improve, you know? They say good rain for clothing, that's cute. But yeah, I think my estimate's gonna be 8:25, 8:30. Really, really hope I don't get 3 whole minutes of dialogue with all the characters, because you'll need world record. So there's going to be a cutscene of Kurumi on a train, and time is when I skip that cutscene. But before we do that, we have to say goodbye to all our detective friends. And Vivia is going to say, as his closing line, I know this may sound like a bad joke given what you are, but I want to die someday, making him the first person to hate crime a homunculus. Come on, hurry up, I mean 8:22. He's funny. I like him. I wasn't sure when the time ends when I made these splits. Doesn't take a detective to notice the giant backpack you're carrying, says the detective carrying a giant backpack. An even bigger backpack, even. Come on, come on, come on. Heart rate back up from the beginning of the run. This is so close. I don't think I'm gonna make it. This is so sad. But yeah, number 1 quit the position of number 1. $5,500,800 yen. Crying, screaming, rolling around on the floor. I told you I was bad when it comes to estimating time. Maybe I didn't say that. I practiced my open air a few times. Alright, my estimate is 8:30. So in the cutscene we're about to skip, Yuma gave Kurumi a letter saying take care of this book, as well as a certain book. Wink wonk. And okay. Credits are skippable. I don't know if the post-credits cutscene is skippable. But thank you again for watching. I hope you accept this run to your marathons. I hope you accept my other runs as well. I would love to spend as much time as I can on screen, because I deserve it. After putting myself through this nonsense, through all of the Just Dance I play, through all of the Skylanders I play, all of my long speed runs, and even my short speed runs. I spend a lot of time on those too. My point got away from me, but go forth, eradicate all the world's mysteries, and let me play this in front of your audiences. Maybe we'll raise lots of money.
There's a murder investigation over there.
After all, there's only one way to find out what's behind the destroy option. So,
all right.
Let the cutscene play out. We'll go back to the title screen, and I'll say my final goodbye. That's all for me for today. Good night, and good news.